unbreakable sign.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
The light shining brighter than the sun.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. It's Moose Day Tuesday, which would imply that I had some beef for you, but I don't. Just the usual simmering resentment towards life, the universe, and everything. Although I might have some beef, but I won't say it just yet.
Reporting for duty, sir.
But it's a big day today, because I believe we have had not one, but two game trailers. One for a Helldivers 2 Halo crossover, which is, you know, for some people very interesting. For others who aren't bothered about Helldivers, not that bothered. But then we've got the biggie. Dawn of War 4 has been announced. And there are some very interesting details. There are some very interesting, and apparently Fallout Season 2 trailers. Oh, it's Trailer Tuesday, baby! It's Trailer Tuesday. There we go. I'm scared it'll be like 3. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I watched the trailer before coming live for Dawn of War 4.
Heavy meals and banquet. Heavy paycheck of fortune. Heavy formation of parade. I love the call.
I have to say I'm hesitant. And I love Dawn of War. I was playing the definitive edition only this weekend. I think Dawn of War 1 is great. I think Dawn of War 2 is great. I'm confused why they never made a Dawn of War 3 and they've gone straight to Dawn of War 4, but there we go. I'm also worried about the people who are developing it. This is where the beef was. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I don't know. I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant. Cam, Iron Harvest wasn't bad. Iron Harvest was fucking awful, Cam. I don't know what fucking planet you're on, mate, but it was fucking bad. I paid for it. I played it, and I was so phenomenally disappointed in that game. It was bad, man. It was real fucking bad. It was boring. How would you make a game about fucking World War I with fucking steampunk mechs? Boring. How do you make it boring, man? Because it was boring as piss. The missions were boring. The multiplayer was boring. It was boring. boring. And they overcharged for it as well. And they had some really, really dodgy pricing as well. Really dodgy. I'm just saying, it was bad. So, I'm not trying to yuck anyone's yum. But I'm hesitant about the whole Dawn of War thing. I'm gonna need you guys to try and get me hyped. I need you guys to get me hyped because I'm not feeling it right now. And we're gonna look at it. We'll look at it in a moment. But I need you guys. I need my boys to tell me that I'm wrong. I need you guys to tell me that I'm wrong. That's what I need. Because, you know, I want to believe. I want to believe, but I don't know. You know, I've got an open mind, though. So, with all that said, today we're going to obviously be watching some trailers, but of course, it's a Mordian Glory stream, so anything goes. Anything goes. Talk about Warhammer 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Conflict 47, Horus Heresy. If Trooper number 2102 is here, then I'm sure we'll talk about some Battletech as well. All right. But we'll talk about anything. We talk about hobbying. We could talk about competitive play, casual play, army lists, all that good shit. And who knows, we might even have a bit of a hobbying after party like we did yesterday, because people seem to enjoy that. So yeah, we'll see. But with all that said, it's an anything goes stream, guys, as always. But we've just got a few trailers that seem to have dropped today. So with all of that said, now let us move ever onwards into today's stream, starting off with our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. Traditions are what make Dawn of War 1 one of the greatest RTS games of all time. Base building. You guys know what time it is. It's time to get your 07s down in the chat. It's time for roll call, baby!
Victory is assured.
Twitch gang, rise up. YouTube gang, rise up. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Who is ready to rock out with their cock out? Or other bits. We're not disparaging against any of the Big Titty Eldar, Big Titty Tau girlfriends, and fuck it, even human girlfriends, although who's got one of those? Let's use it in the stream tonight. We've got the Warforge, Sean Total, Gathering Clouds, Blako, Shay Wilson, Saul Smiths, Briggs, Mark Coyle, Matt, Nick Hatfield, The Legend, Hinglesworth, Jar Watt, Liam Collins, Cosmic Drew, G Money, Mad Larkin, Salarath, Joe Camel, Skull Smashers. We've got Mad Larkin, Unknown Entity, Funky Chicken, Willario, my boy, Willario. We've got Chunky Lees, Easy Easy. We've got Marol, Tiki, Brian Mars, Angeles Mortis, The Whispering Monk, Lee Whitehouse, The Lower Decks, Me Dingback, Dan Steen, Cam, Captain Tapioca, Kuba Kroll. We've got Russell W, Bad Rabbit, say my name, baby. We've got Wolf 2 Gaming, Stratus Direct, Crimson Versus. We have got Tom Station, Mini Dingbat, Gaz B. We have got D.A. Minguez. I'm definitely saying that wrong. Dominguez? Damon, how do I change name? Margaret Televerland. We've also got, oh fuck me, it's popping off. We've got Margaret Televerland, Dorcolio, ML, Mars Angeles Mortis, Mars Altor, Rev, Airborne, Lee Whitehouse, the Blackstone Chapter Master, Cool German Dude, the Men, the Year of the Carpathians. We've got Hinty, we've got Blackstone Chapter Master, John Shepherd, Whispering Monk, Vastran, RCI Raider, Bad Rabbit, Bob Wins, Praetorian Dwarf, and that's everyone. And we've also, over on Twitch Gang, got Russell W and MLI500 and Lord Gortrash. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you beautiful sons of bitches, you beautiful bastards. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to go ahead and smash that like button and also subscribe if you're over on YouTube and follow if you're over on Twitch. I don't mean to alarm you, but we are trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And the only way we're going to do that is if every motherfucker in the room likes the streams and likes the videos to boost with the YouTube algorithm and also subscribes to the channel. And if you don't do that, then if you don't like the stream, then Dawn of War 4 is going to be a reskin of Command and Conquer 4. And if you don't subscribe, it'll somehow be fucking worse than that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The only way you can stop that from happening is by liking and subscribing. It's the only way. See, now, there's like, it probably won't happen. You probably think, that's not going to happen. But do you want to risk it? Do you want to risk it? I have no PC. Bad Dawn of War 4 can't hurt me. Oh, it can hurt you. Because you can be constantly hearing about people moaning about it. There you go. See? Don't you put that even love me, Ricky Bobby. Also, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby. Coming in with super chats, member flexes, gift memberships, and all that amazing stuff. And it has been popping off. It has been popping off today. You guys have absolutely smashed it already. So let's take a moment to go through and personally wank off all the people who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Starting off, we have got none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Meryl, my boy. Meryl, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Doing your part. As always, mate, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn giga chad. Thank you, Maud. There we go. I also want to say a big thank you to Tiki! Banzai! 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 Tiki, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. And Tiki, I got something for you. You've probably already seen them. But in case you haven't seen it, I'm going to show you something, and it's not macaque. I mean, it could be, but you keep telling me off for doing that. I don't mean to alarm you, but last night we finished the first of the new Conflict 47 US models. We have done our first 6 Fireflies to completion. And I thought, here you go, Tiki, for your viewing pleasure. You can have a cheeky gander at them. And I don't mean to alarm you, but I am well on the way to getting the next 6 done as well. And I have only got the shoulder pads and the basing left to do on the next 6, which I'm hoping I'll get done as part of the painting and hobbying after party. So there you go. And then all my Style Trooper will be done. All my Fireflies will be done. I'll just need to get the Linebacker and the Vogel Spinner done, and we'll have basically the starter set for Conflict 47 done. They're in the Conflict 47 channel on the Discord if you want to see them. You just have to scroll up a smidge, but yeah. There you go. There you go. You can check them out. Tiki, hopefully that titillates the senses. I want to say next big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you as always for joining on Twitch and on YouTube. Not on Kick yet. Still been funny. I will look into it. But Russell W, not only thank you for that, but a big thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. We also want to say a huge thank you to the Whispering Monk. Yes, the Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege. The man who guides us through these tumultuous times. The man who keeps our souls pure and our ears clean. No. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Battle Hammer 40k is coming along nicely. Oh my god. I mean, I don't hate it, bro. I don't hate it. Do you know why I hate it? It's the old logo, baby. The old logo. I had a realization the other day. I actually quite like that. I had a realization the other day that I think the old logo looks way better than the new logo. I think the old Warhammer 40k logo looks way better than the new one. I think the old GW logo looks way better than the new GW logo. And I have to say, it made me chuckle because, you know, GW just changed their logo from... You know, GW is constantly changing things to be more minimalist, more black and white, more corporate, more modern. And then you've got Warlord Games over here, whose logo is still bright red and yellow and orange and all that kind of stuff. And it just made me go... Fucking hell. you know, you can really see how it's interesting how there's lots of little things that kind of show you where a company's headspace is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's interesting. There you go. Anytime I can ball wash Warlord Games, of course I will do. I want to say a big thank you to Celerath. Celerath, can I just say a big thank you to you for the gifted membership, baby? Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for support. Thank you for doing your part. Also want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Chris K, Admiral Sodium himself. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you. As you're an admiral, thank you for the armsman on the HMS Oversalted. There we go. There we go. Or USS, depending on where you're from. Or wherever it might be for your nation's navy. Chris K, thank you so much for the gift of membership, sir. Shout out to Cole Cianista Rotem for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. Big shout out to Bad Rabbit. Bad Rabbit, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Not gifted membership, fucking hell. For the super chat, my man. For the super chat. Thank you so much, bro. All my pants broke today in stream discussion. Oh, I know. I know, man. I know. We'll take a look. We'll take a look. We might as well look. So, my erection knows no bounds. All my pants are broken. Dude. Me too. I saw this earlier today, and I fucking shit myself, man. This is so good. This is so good. Yeah, the best, the best, the best. And that is a Men in Black reference right there. The best, or the best, or the best. I love the way the clouds part with the Hellpod coming down. So fun. I mean, I'm obviously buying it and everything that it comes with. A9 Helljumper armor. Nice. So good. You definitely are going to want to have a full team of people rocking the various armors, whether it's this one or the other one. You're going to want a full team because you're going to want to get that immersion going. Apparently it's only it is more expensive than a normal war bond, but it's only 1,500 credits, unlike the usual 1,000, so it's not too bad. Look at this, boys! I've waited years for something like this, man. They ran over the original Helldiver. I love that. I love they've got the hit right and everything. It's good, isn't it? It's look. That's what I was. 1 minute. See if I can. That's what I was talking about. That's a really cool little detail there. Yeah. I love this. The Halo 3 models for the weapons. Yeah, they know. They know. This, I love everything about this. I love everything about this. I think this is a. Do you know what? We've talked about this before on this channel, and it's, you know, I'm not trying to start the Warlord ball washing early and the GW Salt train early, but you know, it's it really recently we've really seen what makes the difference between a good company and a bad company. A good product provider and a bad product provider. Because a good product provider takes on feedback and does better next time. No one minds a mistake. Nobody. It's interesting. The vast majority of human beings are actually pretty reasonable people when it comes to a lot of stuff. And if you dig in and you're entrenched and all that kind of stuff, then, you know, if you're a company and you basically tell your consumers to go fuck themselves, they don't know what they're talking about, or if you just don't respond to feedback, then you're a shit company. If you fuck up and take on board feedback and you don't make the same mistake twice, you're a good company. It's that simple. And so the way that Arrowhead handled the Killzone, the Killzone crossover was kind of shit. They really, you know, the first pass they tried to gouge and FOMO the fuck out of people, and everyone just went, no, not taking that. So, you know, they backtracked and everything. But obviously this is the second crossover, and they could have, you know, if they were a bad company, Arrowhead would have been like, okay, well, it didn't work last time, but enough time has passed, so maybe we'll get away with it this time. And they didn't. That's not what they did. They went, okay, we're just going to release this as a full-blown war bond that you can buy. It is going to be a bit more than a regular war bond, but, you know, the implication there is it's a bit more because, well, we're having to pay for fucking licensing. Do you know what I mean? It's cost us more to do. It's cost us more to make this war bond, so we're going to charge you more, and that's reasonable. How much you charge you more? Well, normally it's like $7.99 for 1,000 for a 1,000 credit war bond. This one's going to be 1,500 credit, so it's going to be like a tenner. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. And it's not going away. Nope, it's not going anywhere. It's just a war bond. It's like, okay, you see, that's different. That's the difference right there. They came back a second time, and they did it right the second time. And so now, it's infinite goodwill. Everybody likes this, and so this is going to be not only have they implemented this the right way, but then also you can tell that they give a fuck, and you can tell they're in tune with their own product, and you can tell the people that are making this are actually fans, because as you said, it's the fucking Halo 3 weapons, which were like the peak ones. Everyone fucking loves the Halo 3 weapons. Halo 3, you know, there's some debate on things like, reach weapons, and then all the ones after, like Halo 4, Halo 5, all those are absolute dog shit. But, you know, having them as the Halo 3, Halo ODST weapons, you know, is absolutely the right thing to do. Absolutely the right thing to do. So, it just shows that they know. Do you know what I mean? It just shows that they know. And so I think this is just a great example of, you know, a company that has fucked up in the past, coming back and getting it right a second time, and getting it right on multiple levels. We've said it once. I've said it once. I'll say it many, many times. It is the little things that matter. Even little things like this cloud shit. It's the little details at every level that matters. If somebody can't, if a company or an organization can't be bothered to get the little things right, it shows a lack of care, it shows a lack of passion, and it just shows a lack of giving a fuck. Yeah. When I watch this, I get giving a fuck vibes. This was a good day. Watch it. Seeing this was good. Yeah. And I tell you what, man. I'm really looking forward to playing this. Really, really looking forward to playing it. I think it's going to be so cool playing as like ODST, like dropping down against the Illuminate. I think that's going to be cool as fuck. I think that's probably, I feel like ODST versus Illuminate is going to feel like the most natural fit for sure. Yeah. Tell you what, we've had Killzone, which is crazy. We've had Halo now. I think, you know what I think we need? I do think we need a Colonial Marines one. Can you imagine a Colonial Marines fucking Colonial Marines fucking war envoys? From the flame, you've got the flamer, you've got the shotgun, you've got the pistol that you've got the you've got loads you could work with. You've got the pistol that Gorman had, you've got the pistol that Vasquez uses, you've got the phase the pulse rifle, you've got the smart gun for the support weapon, you've got the flamer that they use, and you've got the shotgun that Hicks uses as well. So you've got motion trackers, you've got everything. So why don't we put her in charge? Yeah. So I think deployable turret. Yeah, you've got the sentry guns. Yeah. So yeah, the licensing would probably be insane. But Helldivers. This is the APC, of course. But here's the thing. Helldivers 2 is an industry defining game. And it is like, it was a disruptive product. This is one of the things that we're sort of going off topic here, but this is quite important. And there are some analogies that can be drawn to our own main industry that we talk about on this channel, which is, of course, Warhammer 40k and tabletop gaming. People often underestimate the power of a disruptive product. So nobody, not even Arrowhead, expected Helldivers 2 to pop off the way that it has. It has been more successful than anyone could have ever expected, considering that the marketing around it was relatively minimal, and it has made Arrowhead an infinite amount of money, and the opportunities that have come from this game for that company have been phenomenal. Not only that, it has been an unbelievable opportunity for consumers. Alongside games like Helldivers dropped in, and it was a lightning bolt moment, because everybody who played video games realized that no, they don't need to buy slop anymore. That corporations have been pushing slop games onto us for ages and ages and ages, and there was AAA flop after AAA flop after AAA flop. Who remembers Concord and all this kind of stuff, and it was a double whammy of not only were other games that were coming out at the same time just basically same shit different day. Helldivers was something fresh, new, and interesting. It wasn't same shit different day. Now, the big thing, it was a very disruptive product, because there was nothing out there at the time that was doing the same thing the same way. And again, it came down to the little details. It came down to the people say, oh, lore isn't that important. Lore and world building is unbelievably important. Helldivers 2, without the whole, tongue-in-cheek, super democracy, all this kind of managed democracy, Helldivers 2 without all of the super freedom memes would be a shadow of what it is now. It's the world building that makes the big difference. It's the world building. It's the little things that all add up. The fact that there's a drink in game called Eagle Sweat, and there's advertisements that play on the bridge for like Eagle Sweat. The fact that you've got like, Brash Tactics. The fact that people know like sub characters like Coretta Kelly, who's like the newsreader. The fact that when the Illuminate turned up and they like scanned the brains of the voteless, like he couldn't remember his family, he couldn't remember his job, he couldn't remember his home, but he could remember that he was forklift certified. Little jokes and little memes and little details that get put in all over the game. This matters. And so, to draw parallels to tabletop wargaming and what we, to draw parallels to that, right now, tabletop wargaming, from a Warhammer 40k, from a GW point of view, is going through, GW sits on top of the whole industry, and they do push out some good stuff, but a lot of what they push out feels very undercooked. Codex is coming out with a single character alongside them constantly taking things away. GW does do some good stuff, don't get me wrong, but a lot of what they do is, it feels like the people that are making this stuff now treat it as a 9-to-5 job, and they're not doing it because they love it anymore. As I've said a few times, I think GW themselves are a bit burned out on Warhammer 40k. You have a lot of, you can see it in other areas, like Old World does phenomenally well because the people that work on that game fucking love that game. And even though Old World was incredibly flawed from its launch, GW tried to do everything they could to fuck that up with the whole like Renegade or Legacy faction, I'm going to call them, because the core rules showed passion and little detail and all that kind of stuff. It did well, but the thing is, in the skirmish level, not squad level, in the skirmish level sci-fi tabletop industry, like Warhammer 40k, there's only one product you can currently really buy, which is Warhammer 40k. This is why I get quite excited and I do so much free ball washing for Warlord games, why I'm a full-blown Warlord shield, because I see Conflict 47 as a potential disruptive product. And look at how good gaming has started to get with games like Helldivers 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. And now we've had things like Expedition 33, and there's been other games as well that have been coming out. Gaming, all of the slot that gets pushed out, people just aren't. Look at Battlefield 6 as well. We've gone through this, there's been shit game after shit game after shit game, and now it feels like we're kind of back in a goal. We're on the edge, the beginning of another golden era of gaming where where companies have to put effort in. And that all started with Baldur's Gate 3, I think, was a big moment. And then I think Helldivers 2 really went in there as well. And was, Baldur's Gate 3, I think, teed us up. And Helldivers 2 swung us in. And I think that's what I'd like to see with the tabletop gaming industry is I want to see a disruptive product come in here. I want to see a disruptive product that starts forcing, because right now there's this monopoly that goes on, and GW does the bare minimum that they can get away with in many ways, because that if you're a monopoly, why would you do more than that kind of thing? Do you know what I mean? So I really, really hope that Conflict 47 is successful, not just because I want Warlord to do well, because I think they're a good company that's actually run by humans and all that kind of stuff, but I really want it to do well because I think right now, tabletop wargaming really needs a disruptive product. And Trench Crusade could have been that. But they made it too small scale. They made it just squad level. And I think that was what that fucked it. If they'd made Trench Crusade, Bolt Action, K47, Warhammer 40k sized, I think Trench Crusade would have been that industry disruptor. But it wasn't. So now, we're looking for I think we need an industry disruptor. And I really, really hope that Conflict 47 can be our Baldur's Gate 3. It can be our Helldivers 2, where it comes in and it sends shockwaves across. Who knows if it will be? It may be. It may not be. We don't know. But that's what that's why I care about Conflict 47. It's not necessarily just because I like Warlord. If there's another company out there that was doing something similar, I would also be very excited for that. Yeah, I would be very excited for that. And I think right now we need a disruptive product. Trade looked great, but literally fucked everything up. I agree. I think they made a series of decisions that sounded logical but were actually fucking stupid. I've said this once and I'll say it again. There are arguments that can sound really, really good. I'll tell you what. I'll keep it specific. There is a very, very common mistake that I think a lot of new tabletop game companies make. A lot of new tabletop games make in general. They have this idea that, we'll make it squad based because that way people only need to buy like a little bit of it, and so they'll be more tempted to get into the game. And the reality is that is a big, big, big mistake. That's a big mistake. Tabletop wargamers don't have an issue with spending money. They don't have an issue with spending money. Look at Warhammer 40k. GW keeps putting the prices up and people keep buying it. People do not have an issue. Tabletop wargamers don't have an issue with spending money. What tabletop wargamers have an issue with is, I would say, value for money. If Games Workshop products, if you got more bang for your buck, it would, that I think a lot of people wouldn't even complain about GW prices. But the problem, and you look at things like, so it's not a, so I've got slightly muddled, but it's not about spending the money. It's about value for money. And so when you make a game that you only need to buy one squad, that sounds really good because they don't have to spend as much, so it'll be more accessible. No, all you do by making your game squad level is in many ways limit the potential of the tabletop player who wants to throw money at you. Like let me give you an example. The moment that Trench Crusade turned out to be squad based, I lost all interest in it. If Trench Crusade had been very much its own thing, World War One, but with fucking like demons, and they'd really lent into like it's World War One, but with demons, and so there was a starter army that was going to cost me like £100 or £150 to buy. Let's say £100, and I got in there like 2 platoons of like fucking World War One Deus Vault fucking Crusader looking motherfuckers. Imagine like Crusaders with like the Crusader cross and everything. They don't shy away from that. Fucking embrace it. Do you know what I mean? But they've got like bolt action rifles like Lee Enfields. Imagine seeing a dude in like full chainmail, fucking great helm, but instead of a big sword, he's got a fucking bolt action rifle, or he's like feeding, or he's got like a Lewis gun or something like that. And you buy a box set, and there's like 200, there's like 20, 30, 40 of those guys in the box, and then there's a vehicle in the box, and it's a World War One British tank, like a Mark IV tank, except for it's got a giant fucking cross on it, and like candles all down it and everything. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'm in. I'm fucking in. But instead, what they said was like, oh yeah, you buy like 10 dudes, and I'm like, oh brilliant. So why the fuck is this set in World War One? Yeah. So that's, for me, I Trench Crusade, for me, I think it needed to be a full level game. Yeah. That was the issue I had. What for? Do you try to sell me a whole war game and I need to start asking why I can't just play X out there? What do you mean like X, like play 40k? Because it's different. You want to play 40k, you play 40k. I'm not saying you play 40k. I'm saying you play Trench Crusade at a larger scale. It's like, why do people want to play Bolt Action and Conflict 47 and stuff like that? They could just play 40k. But I mean, fuck it, Warforged. Why do you, Warforged? You don't even like 10th edition 40k, man. Stop playing. Look, Warforged, I love you, but you're kind of just like arguing for the sake of arguing, and you're actually just like playing devil's advocate, and you're saying shit that I know you don't even believe in, bro. Come on, we're mates. I know you. You know that I know you, and I know that you know that I know that I know you. Okay, like, and you know, come on, buddy. We've got to be honest with each other here, man. I'm not saying you don't like skirmish games. I'm saying, yeah, skirmish games are great, and they've got their own place and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm saying is that Trench Crusade made a big mistake, and I think that there are a lot of games out there which limit their scope for the wrong reasons. Like Trench Crusade should have been a larger scale game. There you go. All right, come on, Warforged. Come on. People, you can't make a game in World War One and then make it squad based. You know? Can't be done. Can't be done. We need big fucking battles. If it's World War One, we need big fucking battles. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, let's have a look here. I want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you so much for the 29-month member flex. Banzai. Tiki, thank you so much, man. We got Dawn of War 4 before Bolt Action version 3 IJA book or MG foot picks. Well, actually, that's not true. Tiki, it's not actually true, is it? Because Dawn of War 4 doesn't come out till 2026. And we know that the IJA book is coming out Q4. Is it Q4 this year? We've had... It's got to be, right? Because Q3 is Soviet. So no. Actually, you're going to get your IJA first. There you are. You're all right. You're all right, man. You did. And also, technically, you have had MG foot picks because my feet have been seen in battle reports and stuff. So there you go. Tussle, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Hi, I was curious how to join the 1 million point apocalypse game. Tickets aren't on sale yet. It's on me. I just need to basically sit down and tell Element to put the tickets on sale. I'll try and get it done by the end of this month. I've just got a lot on with getting ready for K47. There you go. But the tickets aren't on sale yet. Don't worry, you've not missed it. We're all right. Nick Hatfield, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Hopefully there's something for abhumans. Dying to see a Commissar plus Ogren. Tell your super secret, totally your inside guide to make something happen. What, do you mean with Dawn of War? I don't mean to alarm you, mate, but there's no Imperial Guard in Dawn of War 4. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, when they put AdMech in. For fuck's sake. Nick Hatfield, 11th edition. Oh! Well, we know that our 10th edition Guard Codex, we don't know. The rumor is our 10th edition Guard Codex is going to transition over to 11th edition. So for the time being, you're going to have no Commissar joining Ogren situations. And then in 11th edition, we'll get a new Codex, but we don't know what is going to be involved with that. So hopefully, but you know, GW could allow Ogrins. GW could allow Commissars to join Ogrins right now. It's one balanced data slate away. For 2 years. All they've needed for 2 years. They've had 20. No. They have had 8 opportunities roughly so far. Every 3 months, balanced data slate. They've had 8 over 2 years. They've had 8 opportunities to allow Commissars to join Ogrins. It's not even broken, just flavor. I know. It's so obvious that Commissars should be the guy that joins the Ogrins and the Bulgrins to give them fixed bayonets and duty on it. It's such a natural combination. You could increase the points. You could make them, you know, the 30 points right now because it's not very good, but you could. You could make him like 45, 55, 60 points. Just let him be the guy that can order. He fixes 2 of the problems that Ogrins have. He could just fix it, but yeah. But yeah, for some reason, they won't do it. Wolftooth Gaming, thank you so much for the 18-month member flex, baby. X-Force, baby. Yes. Is Sentinel spam viable right now? I would say it is viable, but not particularly overpowered. I think you could turn it with 12 Sentinels, and you would definitely win some games, but I think you would probably lose some games as well. I think the problem with Sentinels is that, especially if you're thinking about them as spam units, especially if you're thinking about them as damage dealers, they're competing in the same space as Leman Russes, and frankly, Leman Russes just do their job better. I mean, I can get a squadron of armored sentinels, what is it, for 130 points? That's 65 points each. Or I could get a Leman Russ Vanquisher for the same ballpark. And the two sentinels come with 2 las cannons and 200 killer missiles, but the Vanquisher comes with basically an infinitely better stat line, and comes with a Vanquisher and a las cannon and a 100 killer missile and heavy stubber and plasma cannons. So I think Sentinel spam is viable, absolutely viable. I just think that they're somewhat overshadowed by Leman Russes. Yeah. The question is, what do you do to fix Sentinels? Scout Sentinels, I think, are fine. They're exactly where they should be. I think Armor Sentinels need a bit of a rework, because they've not really been something anyone's been bothered. They need to go back to units of 3, I agree.
Every formation of parade. I love the call.
I think a unit of 3 Scout Sentinels should be 150 points. Maybe you get a bonus. I don't know how you do it, but they should be 150 points. And then GW needs to balance around that, because then they are the same price as a Vanquisher, but I think they bring firepower that can match that Vanquisher. More of a melee roll for Armor Sentinels? Yeah, I think that could be good. So Armor Sentinels should be... Yeah, I think if you made Armor Sentinels semi-viable in melee, which they're just not right now. 3-man squads, semi-viable in melee. You know, maybe you give them 3, or you give them like 3 or 4 attacks each at damage 2, hitting on 3s. Naturally, I think that could be a thing. But yeah, they need to make him 150 points, and then they need to make them... they need to balance around that. Right now, it's a points thing. I think they won't make... I think they've made them so expensive because they've given them like a 2-up save. And honestly, truth be told, I'd rather have an arm. I have no issue with Sentinels went back to being a 4-up save on Scout, 3-up save on Armored. I've no issue with that. And then you made them dirt cheap. That's what I would prefer. Yeah. Make them squad size of 3. And decrease the durability. And then make them dirt cheap. And yeah, I think that would tempt a lot of people over to taking them. You got to change the rules around. You can't just go, oh, now they're 50 points each. Actually, to be fair, if they cut Armor Sentinels down to 50 points each, you think it'd break the game? No. Oh, 2 Lascannons for 100 points. They could literally cut Armor Sentinels down to fucking 50 points each right now, and I don't think it would break the game. I don't think it would massively disrupt the meta. Interesting. MLI 500. MLI 500, thank you so much, man, for the... 1 second. Thank you so much, man, for the Prime sub. For the Prime sub on Twitch, baby! Yes, mate. Thank you, bro, for doing your part and being part of the Twitch Pinner Legion. Big shout out to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for your support, bro. Dawn of War video with more details in stream discussion. Dude, thank you for that. I will check it out when I can. A little bit behind super chats right now, but when I've caught up on the super chats, we will check out the Dawn of War trailer. We'll have a big talk about it. And thank you for the one with the extra details. We'll check out the regular trailer first, then we'll have a look at the one with more details. Mad Larkin, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for another blue bollocked bastard. Praetorian Dwarf, thank you so much for the 8-month Flex, baby. Tau will be Dawn of War's weakest faction. Dawn of War 4's weakest faction. Get hyped, 07. I mean, there's no Tau in the base game, as far as I'm aware. There's no. I think the 4 factions are Space Marines, Admech, Necrons, and Orcs. It's such a weird pick. I don't think there's even Chaos, you know. Yeah. Yep, no Chaos. They just made a Dawn of War game with no Chaos in it. Do you see now why I'm a bit... Do you know what I mean? You put Admech in a game
Jaffa, Creed,
before you put Chaos in a game.
Telmaco, Kritak. You heard me.
Teams will get secret Dawn of
Said
War 2
Creed.
revealed. Though, am I right? I'm not remembering. Maybe. I can't. There was definitely 2 trailers for Dawn of War, one which had Tyranids in. No, Tyranids were revealed because they went, yeah, this planet is theirs. So no. Tyranids were always in it. Yeah. So I don't think Admech is a want. Dude, GW hasn't been able to make Admech mainstream since fucking 6/7th edition when they were introduced. It's a real bold fucking choice. It's a real bold choice. Admech is a bold choice. As like a second Imperium faction. Chaos will be in the game. There will be expansions and add-ons galore. I mean, if the game is successful, yeah. And not having them in the not having them in the main game. The whole point is you're meant to have like main factions in the base game, and then you add on side factions via DLC. Adding in a main... I don't know.
Reporting for duty,
I don't know. I don't know. It's honestly such a weird choice. Admech v Necrons I can sort of understand as like a DLC. Do you know what I mean? As like a DLC. Why the fuck aren't there like Tyranids in this game? If this should be... This should so obvious. I mean, how is it this hard? Do you know what I mean? How is it this hard? If you want to have a game which is 4 factions, 2 Imperium and 2 Xenos, if that's what you want, then why the fuck wouldn't you do Marines, Guard, Tyranids, and Orcs? Because Marines versus Orcs is a classic matchup, and Guard versus Tyranids is a classic matchup. Even then, I wouldn't even have Guard in it. Guard could be a DLC. Guards could, I could get it. Guard could be a DLC. I get that, fine. But you definitely have Marines, Chaos, Orcs, and Nids. Definitely. Admech versus Necron is a classic matchup. Yes and no. Okay, like, guys, just take a step back one moment. Yes, Admech versus Necrons is obviously a thing and quite an important thing in Warhammer 40k lore, because the Admech like to go into the Tomb Worlds and get all the archaeotech and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay. But that kind of, it's not front and center. It's like a sideshow. Does that make sense? Like it's not and it's not like broad appeal. It's not like a broad appeal. You know, you Kingfisher, you're absolutely right. But it does belong in a game like Mechanicum. But Mechanicum, or Mechanicus, whatever that game was, it's a relatively niche game, Mechanicus. Like don't get me good, it's a great game with a great soundtrack, lots of stuff going for it, but it's not the main show. It's ripe for a nice niche, which ended up being very successful, but nice niche game like Mechanicus. It's the perfect thing for a DLC. Kingfisher, I'm not saying that these guys shouldn't be in the game, but in the base game at launch, does that not feel a little weird? Does it not feel like if you were to do a DLC, a Soulstorm or a Dark Crusade style DLC where you drop 2 new factions in, one for each side, you would have the Admech Necron DLC. That feels like a better DLC than a base game faction. That's what I'm saying. So don't think I'm saying these factions shouldn't be in the game. I'm saying I think it's odd to have them as what I would call main factions in the game. You think IG and Chaos Returns will be in the first DLC? Very likely, but honestly, I'm happy with IG being as a DLC. Like, fine, whatever. Like, you're gonna have one human faction. The Space Marines, the Poster Boys. We accept this. We know this. Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I think look at how they've look at Warhammer Total War. Warhammer Total War. They will often release DLC for that with 2 factions which are naturally fighting each other, but they do them as DLC. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I think for me, I'm very surprised that I'm just saying I'm very surprised they had Admech versus Necron, Admech and Necrons as the base game factions. I'm surprised. Honestly, GW should just have Marines versus Tyranids as like base factions in any game that they play, any game that they make. I mean, it should almost be the launch box nearly every time. I know it sounds crazy, but you know, with the occasional other launch box for like 40k, just to break things up. But it's such an easy sell, humans versus aliens. Do you know what I mean? Humans, and when I say aliens, I mean like alien-looking aliens. Like orcs are obviously aliens, but they're not xenomorphs. It should be, it's bugs. Such an easy sell. Humans versus bugs. Marines versus bugs is very, very easy. That should be in almost every base game. Any base product that they do. I've said this before, but I think one of the reasons why 10th edition was such a phenomenal success wasn't, one of these that became mainstream was because it's very easy for normies to get their heads around humans versus bugs. We've seen it for decades on different franchises be incredibly successful. So that's why I'm very, very surprised that we haven't got humans versus bugs in Dawn of War 4. And it does look a little... What they've gone for looks a bit... We'll watch it. We'll watch it, but we'll get into it in a moment. We'll catch up on Super Chats first. Gathering Clouds. Gathering Clouds, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. The Giga Chat, yes. While Stephen, one of us lives, we shall fight. Dawn of War voiceovers never change. Oh, whilst even. Whilst even one of us lives. It's meant to be whilst even, and it comes off as while Stephen. Love that. Love that. Who is Stephen, one of us? Oh, that's, yeah, man. Orcs vs Humans gave us the Warcraft franchise. I think Orcs vs Humans is fine as well. I actually have no issue with Orcs versus Humans. I think Humans versus Orcs and Humans versus Tyranids are two very easy concepts for the normies to get around. I think Marines being in Dawn of War 4 makes sense. I think Orcs being in Dawn of War 4 makes sense. No issues with that in any way, shape, or form. My head scratcher here is the AdMech versus Necrons, because that feels like it's very much better as a DLC. Yeah. That's what I would do. I mean, Dawn of War 1, they could... All you need is humans, orcs, and chaos. You don't necessarily need a fourth faction. Base game should be humans, orcs, chaos. And then you can do Tyranids and Guard, first DLC. You can do Tau Eldar, second DLC, because the old and the new. You can do AdMech and Necrons as another DLC. And, Sisters and Dark Elder can be another DLC there, because you've got, the pure of heart and the extremely depraved. And then I'm sure, the Votan can be plugged in somewhere, but yeah. But anyway. Nostalgia Vivek. Some custom combo controls in stream discussion. Unemployed, innit? You've got with some custom combo controls. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. The new Horse Hazer combo control type thing made me realize that we can get some really good combo controls for 40k if GW just tried to make a good one. I have went with the pattern that a box is normally around £150 of the minis for £100 and ideally should be rebuyable. Below are 3 combo controls somewhat themed around the 3 main regiments. Catachan range being limited made this a little harder, but I think I've made some good combo controls. Guard combo controls. Cadian 1. 2 squads of shock troops, 1 Cadian Stellan, 1 Sentinel, 1 Chimera. Total individual price £152.50. Total points 315 to 335. I think this box has a level of infinite rebuy to it. You can always use more infantry transports for them. The Stellan is not a limiting factor as the variety of options on the sprue also make it a great kit to make commissars with. Just put the hat head option on and give him the right weapons and paint in black. For the purpose of the box, art and comp patrol will Sentinel be an armored Sentinel. Nice. Comp patrol Krieg command squad, heavy weapons, artillery, engineers, 10 death corps of Krieg. Total individual price 159. Total points 365. My main option with this was at 5 engineers or another 10 death corps Krieg, but I went with the engineers because I think that's realistic what GW would do. I'm not trying to make a dream combat control, but I'm trying to make realistic ones. It's why each one of these isn't a Lehman Russ 20 infantry and officer, as great as that would be. If I did swap the 5 engineers for 10 death corps Krieg, it would bring the price up by 350 and the points down by 5 or 10 depending on how you feel the death corps of Krieg as 10 or 20. I think either configurations box is an easy 3 buy. Agreed. So far, agreed and agreed. I would like a tank, but agreed and agreed. Catachan, Combat Patrol, 20 Catachan Jungle Fighters, 1 Catachan Command Squad, 2 Sentinels, and 3 Catachan Heavy Weapons. Total individual price, £156. Total points, 360 to 390, depending on build and fielding. This is one that is limited by its range. I wish there was more Catachan stuff to put in this. I'll have to hopefully fix this, but I think it hits the important spots, and it's another 3 buy. For the box art and Combat Patrol rules, both Sentinels will be Scout Sentinels. So the only thing I wouldn't have 2 Combat Patrols with Sentinels in. I would swap this out for a Rogal Dawn, because that would be about the same price. And I would leave this with the Sentinels. You don't want... This one is good, because it's basically a bit of Krieg, a lot of different Krieg infantry. This one is defined by its infantry and tanks with an officer to lead them. Brilliant. This one is and it's got an officer, not a platoon command squad. This one is defined by, I would still go for 20 Death Corps of Krieg. This one is defined by an infantry supported by artillery. This one is defined by a platoon of infantry and a command squad and then sentinels. And maybe I would be tempted to go with something else here. I would be tempted to go with not cats and heavy weapons. I would be tempted to go with some abhumans. Box of Ogrins or Bulgrins there. Yeah. So each box gets a platoon, but then each box is unique in its own way. So this box is unique because it has a big tank in it. This box is unique because it's got artillery in it and a command squad. This box, well, no, because this one has a command squad. This box is unique because it's got artillery in it. This box is unique because it has light armor and abhumans in it. Each one of these becomes 3 buy, and if you bought 3 of each, GW is going to sell you 900 quid's worth of models. That's good money. They're gonna be happy with selling you that much. That's a lot of money they've sucked out your wallet, and you're going to end up with a perfectly balanced guard army. You're going to get it with a guard army that has all the infantry you could possibly want and all the heavy armor and all the armor in general you could want, because you're going to end up with all the sentinels and all the Rogel Dawns, and you're going to end up with all the artillery you could possibly want as well. Yeah. That's how I would do it if I was Games Workshop. And so you can sell people a massive variety. Yeah. That's what I would do. Yeah, Godlike Poet, you'll never get a heavy tank in a combat patrol ever again, Money, because they have to balance their stupid, lame intro game mode. Stop puffing the copium. Yeah, well, you know what, Godlike Poet? Once again, why the fuck are they making the combat? Why the fuck are they pretending? This is what I hate about corporations. Everybody lies in corporations. They lie to themselves, pretending that they're happy at their soulless job. The fucking managers lie to each other, wanking each other off. Everybody lies in corporations. They all fucking toe the company line. They all suck the fucking fetid dick. Why? You know, why is anybody at Games Workshop pretending that Combat Patrol is a thing? Everybody knows it's not a thing. No one, I'm not even going to say very few people, nobody gives a fuck about Combat Patrol. Nobody. Nobody buys a Combat Patrol and uses it for Combat Patrol. No one. Can we please just be honest with each other, GW? Be honest with yourselves and be honest with us. Combat Patrol as an intro game mode was dead on arrival. No one gave a shit. Don't try and sell us fucking Combat Patrols that are limited by your fucking stupid intro game. Hey, why don't you just sell us a box set that's good for players getting started? Here's an idea. You tried to copy Warlord Games' homework with fucking Horus Heresy 3.0. Why don't you try again and this time get it right and copy fucking Warlord Games' homework with their starter armies, where every single thing that you get in one of their starter armies is fucking useful. There's no filler, it's all killer. Why don't you try that? Why the fuck are you not making a Combat Patrol that is 20 guard that is 20 Cadians, a command squad, and a fucking Lehman Russ or a Rogel Dawn? Why are you not making that? It's all new if you give it a Rogel Dawn, it's all new plastics, and you would sell a literal infinite amount of them. A literal infinite amount of them. Why are you not doing this? Why are you... because you can't use a Rogel Dawn in the Combat Patrol game. No one cares. So what you're going to do, GW, and we talked about this before with companies that are good and companies that are bad. Companies that are good acknowledge if they've made a mistake or if something's not working, and they fix it, and they fix it, and they fix it, and they get it right next time. Bad companies bury their heads in the sand, wank themselves off, and say, no, it's the consumers that are wrong. It's the customers that are wrong. GW, why don't you just admit that Combat Patrol is a bag of shit? Get rid of it. And why don't you just stop trying to make shitty intro games and just make a good starter box that actually points your new customers to the game in the right direction? Why can't we have that? Start Collecting Guard has never been beaten because it simply came with the Lehman Russell infantry and we didn't need anything else.
Do it!
Start Collecting AdMech was
Just
good.
do it!
Like, it's so annoying. Do you know why GW does this? Because why has GW consistently made their intro boxes for factions? Why have they made them consistently worse in comparison to things like the old Start Collecting box set? Why? Because we let them get away with it. GW, why did Games Workshop release the old Start Collecting sets? They released the old Start Collecting sets because they had to get customers back on side. After the fucking car crash that was 6/7th edition, where they never gave their bundles didn't include any savings. People don't realize this. GW've done bundles for a long time, but they used to sell bundles that were, let's say you had like, you had 2 squads of guardsmen for like £30, a chimera for like £30, and a heavy weapon team for like £30. They wouldn't package that up, and which would come to £120 with the models. They wouldn't package it up and sell it to you for like £90 to £100. They'd package it up and say it's 120 quid. And you're like, well, why would I buy this then? It's like, oh, well, it's the convenience of just being able to add one thing to cart. It's like, oh, thanks, GW. It's really fucking difficult for me to click on 4 different things and add them to my cart. That's what GW used to do. And then 6th and 7th edition almost sent them into the fucking ground, and they had to get goodwill back. And how did they get goodwill back? They actually started offering discounts on things like the old Start Collecting set. Imagine this, guys. The old Start Collecting set was £50, came with 10 Cadians, a single heavy weapon team, a commissar, and a Lehman Russ tank.
Forward, you dogs!
Even if you adjust, that was a long time.
victory!
That was it that long ago? It was like 8 years ago. Even if you adjust for inflation, if they sold that box set today for £70, it would still be better than buying a Combat Patrol. The Start Collecting Scion box set was a Taurox and like 10 Scions for 50 quid. And they sold infinite amounts of them. Because everyone I know who ever got a pure Scions army did it by just buying like 6 of those boxes. Just being like, yep, I'll have 6 of those. I've got all the Tauroxes I need, all the Scions that I need, job done. Did I have 20 Scions in it? I think it had 10, James. I think it had 10.
Another glorious day in the Corps.
And a Commissar, I think.
Day in the Marine
But
Corps is like
anyway.
a day on the farm.
It was a Scion Command Squad and a Scion Squad, but they were basically 10 Scions.
Paycheck of fortune.
But yeah.
Formation of parade. I love the Corps.
Like, just GW has the Combat Patrols the way they are because it is better for them and not better for the consumer. Because think about it, if you are brand new to the game of Warhammer 40k and you don't know what's good and what's bad, and you go into a Games Workshop, what are they going to tell you is a good thing to start with? They're going to tell you, get a Combat Patrol. And they're going to tell you, oh yeah, it's great because it's got its own, you can learn the game of 40k by playing Combat Patrol, and then you can go and play the main game of 40k if you want to. It's like a whole game in one box. Like, oh yeah, amazing. And then you find out that if you actually learn Combat Patrol you have to, it actually teaches you how to play 40k wrongly, and you have to actually go and then learn how to play 40k properly again. That's how fucked Combat Patrol is. And then you realize that actually your Combat Patrol wasn't a good way to get started, and now you have to go and buy more stuff. The Combat Patrols are the way they are because they are actively preying on new customers' ignorance. That's why they are the way they are. That's why they are the way they are. And GW will keep doing this until we say no. This is an example of what happens when you have a company in the position of a monopoly. And Games Workshop might not literally be in the position of a monopoly, but they are in the position of a pseudo-monopoly. So they get away with this. Why does Games Workshop, why are GW sprues really, really badly laid out? And why do they make you have to go across 3 different sprues to build one model? Because they lay the sprues out that way because it is more efficient for them, so that it costs them less to make those models. They don't pass those savings on to you. It just costs them less, so that it's more efficient for them, so it's better for them, so that's why they do it. This is I keep saying this. GW is really taking the piss in a lot of ways, and the reason they take the piss is because they don't have any competition. They don't have any competition. So this is why I keep saying we need an industry disrupting product. We need anyone to come in and start taking the industry by storm. We need this. Because it will make GW better. Because they'll have to actually start being good again. We've seen it happen. When they get scared, they treat us right. And when they think they can get away with it, they treat us like shit. And they do dodgy shit. We need an industry disrupting product. I've never felt more strongly about this. It will not only be good because it will give us, the consumers, the variety, the spice of life. It will be very good for us because it will make Games Workshop have to give a shit again. That's the biggie. That's the biggie. I don't want GW to go under. I don't want Warhammer. I don't want Games Workshop to fail. I don't want Warhammer 40k to go away. I don't want any of those things. But I want things to change. And I think the best thing that can happen for Warhammer 40k, for GW, and for us is competition. Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Reporting for
I agree
duty,
with Justin,
sir.
but it is not Common 47. Captain Tapioca. It may or may not be. I personally think it has a chance. But we'll see. Captain Tapioca, let me just say something here, man. Unfortunately, I can't tell you everything that I know because I've got an NDA with Warlord Games. But I've seen the core rules and I know some other stuff that they've got in the pipeline for this game. To you right now, it might not look like an industry disruptor. I think it might be. And I can't say too much more because I don't want to upset Warlord Games. But the more I look at these core rules for conflict, the more interesting it gets. And it's not just me. Under my NDA, I've been able to share it with a few people that I'm going to be doing battle reports with. And the more that they look at the rules, the more that they start going, this is interesting. This is proper. This is proper. So I would advise you, Captain Tapioca, it's merely advice. It's not an insistence. It's merely advice. to you and to everyone else, don't write it off just yet. Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. Because if you're... one thing I can say is, if you're someone that wishes Warhammer 40k had crunchier rules, if you're someone that wishes Warhammer 40k had more flavorful rules, if you're someone that wished that Warhammer 40k had better terrain, if you're someone that wishes Warhammer 40k had rules that were intuitive, not abstract, that you were playing a war game, not a board game, if you're somebody who wants to play a game where it's not I go, you go, but it's not completely alternate activations, that it's got a really, that there's the potential for big maneuvers, but less potential for things like Alpha Strike and all this kind of stuff. If you want a game that's got good melee rules, you want a game that's got randomness in it, but that randomness is within the... It sounds crazy, but it's within the player's control how much they want to interact with that randomness. So it's like it's there, but it's not foisted upon you. It's like... if you want all that, and some other bits as well, which, you know, just that's off of my head. But if you want all that, or if any of that sounds interesting to you, then give Conflict 47 another. Keep the door open. Keep the light on for Conflict 47. Okay? I'm not saying the game's going to be perfect. I'm not saying the game's going to be perfect. I'm saying that the game has got potential. Cap Tapioca. No one here plays for action. What chance does Conflict 47 have? That's why I say Warlord Games does not have the reach. I would advise you to look beyond your local scene. I'm not saying go out and find games. What I mean is, it might not be particularly big where you are, but there's loads of bolt action in other areas. So it might just be that this isn't on your radar, because it makes sense. If you never see anyone playing it, why would you have any faith in this game? Makes total sense to me. Makes total sense. You got to think that there will be places where this game is quite popular, and so, you know, where it is right now. So we're going to have two very different perspectives, and I might look at your perspective and go, you know, what the fuck, and you might look at my perspective and go, what the fuck. But neither one of us is wrong. We're drawing on our own experiences. So it's a good point. One thing I would say is this. One thing I would say is this. There's no bolt action where you are, and there's no Conflict 47 where you are yet. But if something is good, you would be like, it's just genuinely good. If something is an industry disruptor, you would be amazed at how quickly people pick it up. Do you know what I mean? It's Conflict 47 has more chance of being popular in your area than Bolt Action, because it's not a historical game, it's a sci-fi game. And it's hard to convince Warhammer players to come over to historicals, but I think it's much easier to convince tabletop players in general to be interested in something like Conflict, because it's got very much that your dudes aspect of it. The only limits of the armies that you create are going to be your imagination. Yeah, it's got the sandbox element, but it's also got an established world. It's like Old World. So one of the problems that Age of Sigmar has is that it's a sandbox, but it's almost too big. Nothing matters. Whereas Old World, it's a sandbox, but it's an established world with established laws and rules and all that kind of stuff. So you can do what you want, but you feel like you're part of something, and what you do matters in the game. I think Conflict 47 has the same advantage there, where it's the rules are thrown out. There's basically no one's allied together anymore. Everything's gone to shit. There's loads of sort of minor factions within the factions and all this kind of stuff. but there's an established world. So what you do contributes to that world in your own small way. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think, you know, what Warlord, people are talking about reach. Reach comes from the consumers. I think you guys are getting the wrong end of the stick here. Reach comes from the consumers. We live in the modern digital age. Warlord Games has an infinite reach. It's called the internet. If Conflict 47 ends up being a smash hit, because your local store doesn't stock it right now, does not mean you do not have access to that game. There's nothing. With me, it's my own local store is a Warhammer store. Bro, I guarantee you that the only store you have is not a local Warhammer store. I mean, I don't know, man, but two blokes playing on a fucking kitchen table is better than playing at a fucking Warhammer store. Warhammer stores aren't even there. You're not even meant to play in Warhammer stores. They don't even like you playing in them anymore. So, I don't know. But, I don't know. I don't know. Dude, I don't know your situation. You could be in buttfuck Scotland. All right? You could be in the middle of fucking nowhere. You could be in buttfuck Scotland. Sure. But if the only local store that you have got is a official Games Workshop store, then may God have mercy on your soul. May God have mercy on your soul, man. Oh, man. Mine has a massive game room and hosts apocalypse nights. Then it is the only one in the world still fucking doing that. Crazy, man. Are you sure it's a Warhammer store and not just a local store that stocks Warhammer? Yeah, I'm going to say, I don't know, man. Picture didn't happen. I trust but verify, all right? I mean, do you know what I mean? Like, that would, because all I'm saying, Wolf of Minis, is that goes against all established current Warhammer and Games Workshop policy. Like if Games Workshop found out that he was doing that, he would probably get disciplined. If the dude running your one-man store was doing that, he would probably get disciplined and told off and told not to do it. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but my local Games Workshop guy, who I have a lot of time and respect for, he got officially disciplined by corporate because he ran a narrative campaign in his store. And he had a little map, and people would put pins in the map, like, he did like a grid and everything. And someone from corporate came in to do like his area manager came in to do like an inspection. And what's that? And he went, "Oh, we're running a narrative campaign." And he was like, "It's been really successful." And the corporate guy went, "You've got to stop that." And he went, "But we're like halfway through the campaign." He went, "You've got to stop that. We can't have people doing. You can't do narrative campaigns in the store." And I'm not making that up. I could literally message my Warhammer guy, my local Warhammer store guy right now, and be like, "Yo, back up what I'm saying. I got receipts. I got fucking receipts." Because they were like, "We don't want..." This was in 9th edition as well. Not that long ago, about 3 years ago. Yeah. There you go. So I'm just saying. Anyway, moving on. John, I'm very far behind on super chats. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah. Let's have a look. John Shepherd, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Picture the stream discussion of my latest vow I have completed. My new vow is finish Killmonger and Shuri from the miniatures game Marvel United. Let's have a look, mate. These are cool, man. What the fuck is this? don't think I've ever seen this game, man. Dude, that's cool. I like fucking bobbleheads from like Fallout or something, man. I don't mean that in a horrible way. I mean that in like a, like that's kind of cool. I've literally never seen that, man. Dude, I love it. I love it. That's cool as fuck, man. Nice. Love the color scheme. Excellent work. Cosmic Drew, thank you for... Oh, sorry, not Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, hold on a second. Lower Decks, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Many spinning plates in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Sir, the many competing interests of Master Kenneth von Beanbag may be the death of me. I still love that name. I have sent communication to Colonel Tiki requesting some of his hardest fighters with promises of wealth in return. He has promised that he is sending us some dead-hard fighters, the best he can spare. I'm equally reassured, yet slightly afraid of what is being sent to us. In our new commercial venture, sir, we have hit that inevitable peak where those titans of trade are now turning their gazes to us. The other major trading houses in beans and foodstuff have made moves against us. Now, no matter how many times I reject the advances of House Heinz and House Nestle, they continue. The idea that Heinz and Nestle are still like mega corporations in the Warhammer 40k universe is actually terrifying. I have ordered that their most recent trade routes be leaked to orc freebooters. You evil bastard. I love it. The cold trade, I am sure, continues to probe us. I suspect they are increasing human intelligence as the number of wastrels, bums, and hippies has increased and surrounds around our office. The local recaf cafes are packed to the rafters with cashed up bogans of all stripes. In accordance with local... You can tell he's from Lower Decks from Australia, can't you? Bogans. In accordance with local ordinance, they've taken my flamer out to clear the streets of these indolent fops. I'm sure they are working for the cold trade. The improvement in local aesthetics is just a bonus. It's free real estate. I see the wealth hasn't gone to your head. I see the it's not that you've become a money rich fop that you're now flamethrowering the poor. Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't yeah. Oh man. Cosmic, my boy! Cosmic, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Thank you for the big super chat, man. It's finally here upon your request to celebrate my 3 years here. So I hope you treat this as a death strike because all my money went to Warlord. The first Congo 47 song has been made with music, animation, battle cry, the Fireflies. Let's have a look. Holy shit, boys. Holy shit. Let's have a look. We've only gone and done it. We've got a Cosmic Drew. We've got a Cosmic Drew Conflict 47 song, boys. This is it. This is how I know we've made it. Let's have a look. Battle Cry of the Fireflies, Liberty from the Skies by Cosmic Drew. Oh, wow! Cosmic! Holy shit, man, that's so cool. That's so cool, man. Dude, we need to send this. I might send this to fucking Warlord, man.
Soldiers of freedom, we fight for this land.
Dude, I already love it.
Engines are burning, the heavens ignite. For liberty's cause, we bring down the fight. No tyrant will stand, no shadow.
This is so cool. Oh my god, Cosmic.
Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. We're going to die to you as fireflies. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're
Oh my god.
die to you as fireflies.
Actually peak, Cosmic. Actually fucking peak, man. Oh my god, the animation's changed now. The animation changed then. That was cool.
With stars on our chest, born of the rift, but America's best. Through fire and steel, our glory will shine. The eagle soars proud, forever divine. Our
This is the kind of shit this is what gets people into a game. Think about all of the Warhammer animations that you saw back in the day that got you and Warhammer music videos that you saw that got you into 40k. And then we realized that the GW discourages this kind of stuff. Just think about it. There is an unanimated pictures are drawn, don't worry. There is an unanimated picture. Some people like it, some people don't. I like it. OBS couldn't handle how good it was. I fucking love this, man.
Descending from the sky, hear a battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as firefly. Descending from the sky, hear a battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as firefly.
Hey, that's cool. Fuck. Yeah. Fuck. Yes. Oh. Cosmic. More. I need, dude. I'm not even kidding you, man. I'm not even kidding you. We need more. We need more. That might actually be my favorite song that you've done. Not just because it's Commodore 47. I think that's actually like, that is one of the best songs that you've made. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Fuck me. Right, I'm putting a link that down. I'm putting a link that down into chat right now. If you get, because obviously I was talking over that quite a bit as I was reacting to it. If you want to watch it without me getting in the way, then let me send you a little link, boys. There you go. Holy shit. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's made... Cosmic made it using an AI music generator, I presume. But he still would have written all the lyrics and stuff for and all that kind of stuff. So, it's not just, hey, AI, can you make me a song about this? It's a lot more to it than that. So, I would say... It's AI, but there's definitely been enough effort by the humans put into it that even if you're not a massive fan of AI, there's enough of a human component here for it to be okay with your your personal beliefs and morals and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there you go. There's a lot. Cosmic spends like on and off. He spends days working on this kind of stuff. So. It saves him having to learn every musical instrument, but it's not a 2-minute job. It's done properly. So, yeah, there you go. Oh, my God. I got it, by the way, I know... I want to... Let me have a look. There you go. So for those of you that wanted the unanimated version, this is the picture that Cosmic is, but basically animated. So look at that. Look at that artwork. Fuck me, boys.
Backbone of the
Fuck
god,
me.
ready to serve.
So good. All right. Cosmic, honestly, I'm definitely going to listen to that song more and more and more, man. That was cool. I want to say a big thank you to Thomas Riley. Thank you for the sub over on YouTube, mate. Appreciate it. Crash8373, thank you for the Giga Chat. Speaking of K47, which is better, the starter army or the starter set? Also finished printing the sword in stream discussion. If you are starting Conflict 47 from scratch and you want to get into it with a mate, I definitely recommend the starter set because the starter set will come with the core rulebook, whereas the starter army will just come with models. Okay, so I would the best thing, if you can split a starter set with a mate, it'll cost you £45 each roughly to get into Conflict 47 and to know if it's for you or not. So that would be my my take. Yeah. Star set, honestly, if you get a starter set first, it's very low investment and you can see if the models for you and all that kind of stuff. Then after that, you could get the starter army and you'll be in a really, really nice position. Especially, for both armies, to be fair. You'll be in a really nice position. So, yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Timmy, am I allowed the basement? And do you think GW will ever do an I go, you go for 40k? Also, rattle the hand flaps. I mean, tin cups, for fuck's sake. I don't think GW will ever do an I go, you go system in Warhammer 40k. I think... You mean alternating activations. I don't think GW will ever do alternating activations for Warhammer 40k. I think the game's USP is the fact that it is I go, you go. What I would like, as crazy as it sounds, what I would like to see happen with Warhammer 40k is if they were going to disrupt the game whilst keeping the I go, you go system, they should actually take a lesson from Old World, where you don't have a movement, shooting, charge, and fight phase. What you have is a movement, shooting, fight phase, and charges are done in the movement phase. Because at the moment, one of the big issues, 40k is very lethal, because units can move up to the enemy, shoot the piss out of them, and then charge them. So they're doing damage in two phases, shooting and combat. In Old World, you charge in your movement phase, so then you're locked in combat if you make the successful charge. That way, the unit that's done the charge can't shoot because they're locked in combat, and friendly units can't shoot into the combat either. So it means that damage is only ever done in one phase. You're either doing damage in shooting or you're doing damage in combat. Old World still has plenty of lethality going on, but for the average person on the street, it makes the game feel a lot less fucking brutal. Also, guys, quick shout, thank you to Ed Bailey for giving me, for reminding me to rattle my tin cup and to shill the sponsors. Guys, if you're excited for Conflict 47, if you want there to be an industry disruptor, I honestly think getting behind K47 is not the worst idea in the world. Even if you're not bothered about that, you're like, fuck that Mordian, just want to play more Warhammer 40k and Old World and all that good shit, then check out the links down in the description below for the sponsors and affiliates that we've got for the channel. Get the models you were going to get anyway and support the channel at the same time. Chris K, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Tacos and whiskey be upon you. Pivoted to rattling snipers. Picked us later this week. If you love metal and hate money, 70k cruise tickets available now. Wait, what? Chris K, there's a lot to unpack there. So tacos and whiskey be upon you. Thank you very much. Tacos and whiskey be upon you too. I look forward to seeing your rattling snipers. And I have no idea about the cruise, but have fun. Have fun. Have fun. Big shout out to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for the super chat, man. To be fair, Dawn of War 2 didn't have Chaos either. That's true. Chaos came as a Chaos Rising thing. Was it? It was Orcs, Nids, Eldar, and Space Marines, wasn't it? Yeah. But Chaos Rising was pretty soon. But yes, you are right, Blackstone Chapter Master. You are right. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for super chat, man. Everyone Lambas MG. Everyone Lambas MG. He is killing Dawn of War hype. He hates us. I don't hate you guys. Look, we'll get to Dawn of War for the moment. We'll watch the trailer in its entirety, and then I'll tell you why I'm not feeling it. Okay. Dawn of War 1 didn't have Nids. Dawn of War 2 did. Talzun, thank you so much for super chat, man. How can you say combat trolls are bad? New Iron Hands has 2 turrets I've never once seen in my life included. They must be a rare collector's item. Well, exactly, Talzun. Exactly. Why would Games Workshop put the Fire Strike turret in the Combat Patrol? Why? Either it's a predatory business practice that preys on uninformed new consumers, selling them products that they know are not good, or it is gross incompetence and they are wildly out of touch with their game. Now, in the past, you could argue the latter. But you can't do that anymore because GW has literally got multiple people who they hire full time to just play the game and balance it. Games Workshop has never been more in tune with their game. So if it can't be the latter and it's not incompetence, then it has to be the former. And why are they doing it? Because they get away with it. Because they're sitting in a pseudo monopoly and they can and they have no competition. That's why. John Apocalypse, thank you so much for the double support, baby. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for the member flex as well. Age of Sigmar Spearhead is doing well. They made a new edition of it. Also, Spearhead data sheets are different from the main game. They can with Combat Patrol. Also, they keep the old 3rd edition Spearheads. John Apocalypse, you're absolutely right. Spearhead, I've heard many good things about it. Many great things about it. So why do they do it in Age of Sigmar? They do it in Age of Sigmar because Age of Sigmar has competition now. Who from? Old World. Old World and Age of Sigmar compete against each other. Whether you like to admit it or not, they do. And they are very different games. But they're 2 fantasy games. And there's only so much fantasy players to go around. And so Age of Sigmar had to step up. Because there's a team that runs Age of Sigmar. Yeah, they're in the same company. But the team that runs Age of Sigmar is a very, very different team, completely different people, almost a different company because SDS is a different company to GW. SDS is a subsidiary, but it is a different company. So now the people in Age of Sigmar have to compete against the people in the Age of Sigmar team have to compete against the people in the Old World team. Whether GW in their happy clappy fucking corporate, all one big family bollocks that all corporations tell their people, whether they admit it or not, those 2 games compete against each other. And so Age of Sigmar had to step up, and the way they stepped up is by making Spearhead actually fucking good. So yeah, you're absolutely right. They could do the same thing with Combat Patrol. They could do it. But they don't. They don't. Because 40k hasn't got any competition. What 40k needs is some fucking competition. Really needs it.
You heard me. said
if
creep.
SDS really wanted to fuck with things, my God, if SDS really wanted to fuck with things, they would release Warhammer Classic. Not Warhammer 30k. They would release Warhammer Classic. Old Hammer. God. Imagine Warhammer 40k. Imagine a remastered 4th edition. All the old models. All the nostalgia. Imagine this, they brought back the old Space Marine 5-man box. 5 tactical marines. £6. The paint set for it. Comes with the old monopose fucking Space Marines holding the bolter like that. All the old Technicolors. Just saying. Then you've got competition. Then you've got competition, boys. You know, GW, best they could do is compete with themselves. Set 2 different teams up. Yeah. Yeah, Captain Tapioca. That's the holy grail of Monopoly. Have 2 of your companies compete against each other. Take all the market share. Yep. They could, you know, what I'm saying, they could release classic models, or, you know, they could release new models. Yeah. But 40k, you know, for me, obviously, releasing OG models would be great. But you capture both markets. That's the thing. You capture both. You have modern models that people can use in there, and you have old school models for the grognards like me. Yeah. Old Hammer 40k.
Jaffa, creep.
I'm telling you right now, if they released 4th edition
You heard me.
remastered, and it wasn't
Said
like a
creep.
one-shot made-to-order thing, it was like a... Fuck me, I don't think I'd play modern 40k. If GW released Old Hammer remastered, and it was like, okay, you've got Old Hammer remastered by SDS, and you've got New Hammer by Main Studio, I'd be Old Hammer tomorrow, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt. All my complaining would go away. Who knows? Maybe it'll happen. Maybe for 5th edition remastered. Yeah. Mad Larkin, you're absolutely right. They do need to re-release the Goblin Green paint again. Yeah. But what about your shiny new turrets in the Iron Hands box that everyone is buying? Oh my God. Do you know what I saw the other day? I think it was earlier today, actually. Let me find it. This was it. So this is from Gazagits. Gazagits, yeah. It's in Discord. I saw these boxes. And it was especially the Immolator one. That's from 3rd edition. And I saw that box and I thought, how fucking cool is that? That was what, you know, all, like nearly all Warhammer boxes were like that. Yeah. Like, I'm not so bothered about, you know, these ones and these ones. These ones are fine. I'm not saying all old Warhammer boxes are great. They're not. Like, these are fairly basic and whatever. This one's kind of interesting. But look at that one. The lighting, everything. That's something else. Yeah. This, to me, looks infinitely better than the Leviathan box set. Leviathan box set's cool, don't get me wrong, but I don't give a shit about the artwork. But yeah, that's where the boxes should be, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably they are. Yeah, no, not the models. I'm talking about the artwork. That's where the models. That's what the boxes should look like. The artwork, you know, some of this, I think some of it I can give or take, but I saw that box and I remembered we had one like it for the Lehman Russ and we had one like it for the Chimera as well. Yeah, we need that kind of shit back for sure. Yeah. All right, what do we got? Verado, thank you for the super chat, man. Bolt action sets arrived. Pictures and stream discussion. Oh yeah, man. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready. Oh fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, man. Let's have a look. Bolt action starter set arrived. Bolt action starter arrived. Starter set, star expansion, plus 5 decal sheets and 360. Yes, 360 metal nicey heads. Warlord could be a massive discount on bulk order of those heads. That's amazing, man. Why did you buy so many? Why did you buy 360 heads? I don't understand. You're never going to use 360. Oh, man. I am sure they are badasses, but I don't think you're ever going to have 360 infantry. Wait, are you building the entire... The head says quick to its fuck's sake, 1 minute. Are you building like the entire... like unit, like recreating it or something? I mean, dude, I am. Every soldier is a Nisai, other than the white officers. Yeah, no, I get that, but what I'm trying to say is, Jeep crewmen, weapon teams. Okay, fair enough. I still don't think you're getting 360. But it means, you know what? You know what, man? Fuck me. What the fuck do I know? What the fuck do I know? It means that you're never going to run out. It means that no matter how much you expand your US Army, you're always going to have the heads that you need. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you're going to use... 36, 37, 38, 41, about 50, 60. I'd say you're probably going to use about 70 in that box alone. Then you're going to use another 3 there. Then you're going to use like another 2 here. So yeah, you mean, and then you're going to use some down here. So you're going to use probably close to like 75, 80 of them just on the starter force alone. Yeah, and then as you expand, you've always got enough. Yeah. No, it's yeah. I was like, we only get 36 infantry, but if you're putting them on every single guy, yeah, you just sorted in perpetuity. That's so fucking cool, man. And you've got the transfers as well. Holy shit, bro. Yes. You know what, man? Because the 442nd is a rifle company plus an artillery battalion. So are you actually like are you gonna like a rifle regiment? So are you actually gonna like rebuild the whole thing? Do you think you're gonna try and like, I don't know how many people were in the unit, of course, but you're gonna try and do like the full unit, like IRL? Because that'd be so cool. Or maybe like a certain company or whatever it is. You've bought enough heads for the 3rd Battalion Company M plus support. Dude, nice. Awesome. You know what, lambast me? I thought, fucking hell, why has he gone and bought 360 heads, the mad bastard? You know, I doubted you. I doubted you. I slandered you. I libeled you. I I did not believe in your vision, in your dream. But I should have had faith. It sounds like a fucking cool fucking project, man. It sounds very, very cool. And you know what, man? Welcome to fucking Bolt Action, baby. Dude, this is the kind of energy that I'm talking about. This is the kind of energy that I'm talking about. This is what's missing from Warhammer 40k right now. Someone, you know, they have a vision and they can just execute it, and it's just awesome. Yeah. We need this energy back in 40k. We need it back. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, boys. Yeah. Goddamn Verado is showing us how it should be done. He's showing us how it should be done. He's bringing the right vibes. He's bringing the right energy. I love it, mate. Genuinely, I really want you to bring me on this hobby journey. Every step of the way. If you've got any questions, bring them on stream. Let's work through it together. If you're like, oh, I'm not sure how to build this or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let's do it, man. Let's go on this hobby journey. Bring me on that hobby journey, man. Bring us all on the hobby journey. We all want to be on it. Take your time. Don't rush it. No pressure. But I want to see where this energy goes, man. I want to see where this fucking goes, bro. Yeah. It's cool. It's very, very cool. That's the kind of shit that it jacks me up, man. I'm like, I want to like dive into like my fucking Conflict 47 now, just get paid again, you know. Yeah, that's cool. Frado, that's sick, mate. I like it. Big shout out to Duncan Fick. Duncan Fick, thank you for subscribing on YouTube, mate. Appreciate it. Nigel Thornberry, thank you for the super chat, man. Halfway through my vow, pictures in stream discussion, horses done. Nice. Let's have a look. I should have heeded your warning. Rough Riders are extremely detailed. Had to cleanse my palate with the Chimera afterwards. Just drew it and some Death Riders to complete this vow. Cavalry's tough. I don't know. It's not just Rough Riders, man. Every single game that I've ever played, from Bolt Action through to Warhammer 40k, through to Warhammer Old World, every game where I've ever had to paint cavalry, it's always takes way longer than you expect. Tanks are the quickest thing to paint. Infantry take a little bit of time. Cavalry is a genuine fucking slog. Yeah. Nice. Dude, the Chimera may have been a palette cleanser, but you did a good job. Did it right, you did it well. Nice. And the cavalry's come out brilliantly, mate. Yeah. It might have been a bit of a ball ache, but the cavalry has come out very, very, very nicely. Love that, man. And I actually really, you know what? A lot of people head swap the Helens. I actually really like the heads that they come with. I think GW got them right with them being old school, but not goofy. Yeah, I really, really like them, man. I'm kind of glad that you stuck with them. Yeah. Lungu, my boy. Lungu, thank you so much for the 20-month Overflex. X-Force, baby. My favorite child soldier supporter. Banzai. Hey, man. It all started going wrong when GW took the child soldiers out of the guard. Hashtag make conscripts great again. Thank you for the support, Lungu. Big shout out to Karl Gregory. Karl Gregory, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Pictures of a recent Bolt Action narrative event, Operation Overlord, held at the Outpost in Sheffield last weekend. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. A recent Bolt Action narrative event hosted at the Outpost, Operation Overlord. Nice sports and good times is what war games are all about. Fuck, man. Look at that. The modern 40k player's mind cannot even comprehend. You know, we've got people over on 40k making completely clear L-shaped ruins. And then look at what the Bolt Action players get to play. It's actually fucking enraging. Like, I'm angry that I can't have this in 40k. And the thing is, like, it's not like, oh, well, you could have it this way. No, I can't, because 40k doesn't allow for it, because 40k doesn't allow for entire buildings. and 40k, that can be blown up and stuff. And 40k, if I play on a board like that on 40k, everyone gets blown off the table in one go. There is an L shape. There is an L shape here. There's an L shape here. Oh, man. Look at that, man. Holy shit. Done the proper fucking SS camo and everything. Fuck, man. Oh, fuck me. That looks good. Fucking hellfire. Ain't that a beautiful sight to behold, boys? Ain't that a fucking piece of art right there? Doesn't even matter that the models aren't even fully painted, man. That doesn't fucking matter. It's an actual fucking beach landing, and the game accommodates those rules. This is the thing. You don't have to homebrew any of these rules. All these rules are in the Bolt Action rulebook. Get on the beach! Sir, I'm staying. This is the only piece of cover we got between us and the Almighty. Every inch of this beach has been pre-sighted. You stay here, you're a dead man. Fucking. All right, you guys, get on my ass and follow me. Fucking love it, man. Chills, bro. Chills. Justin, I swear to God, if you come in, say, hey, Mordian, and then go, okay, bye. Yeah, I knew you were going, hey, Mordian, have a good stream. Okay, bye. This is exactly what he's going to say. Justin, I see you, motherfucker. I see you. Every fucking day. He's not done it yet. 1 minute. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. I'm having fun. We're having fun. I'm having a joke with you, man. Oh, he's done it. God damn it. Every fucking day this kid drops in and does exactly the same thing. I got one extra word out of him this time. I got a sorry. Normally I get, hey, Mordian, have a good stream. Okay, bye. Later. Now, yeah. Justin, as always, your visits are brief yet satisfying. There we go. Yeah. Along with your invite, Cargo, you're more than welcome to join our next night event, Operation Market Garden, along with your invite to our next spot action event in October, as per my email invite. Still very, like I said, pencil me in. I'm still very much down for it. Yeah. Still very much down for it. Like I said, pencil me in. Pencil me in for both. When's the Operation Market Garden one? I've actually got 2. This would be the second Operation Market Garden. But that's all good. I'm happy to play Market Garden twice. Let me tell you. I'm currently on the Allies team, so maybe I could do Allies team at one event. Axis team at the other event, maybe. I can cover both, so yeah. Karl, definitely consider me interested and pencil me in, mate. Faux show. Fuck me. Look at that, boys. Oh, shit. Sir, a second Churchill has hit the beach. A second aviary has hit the beach. Fuck, man. Dude, Karl, I love it, mate. Excellent. Wolf of Minis, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Images in your DMs, Mordian. I swear to God, Wolf of Minis, if these are a fucking like fire turrets or whatever fire strike turrets, whatever they are. Let's have a look. These are some of the events my local GW have hosted / ran recently. The last one was a Mechs vs. Bugs Apocalypse game I attended with my Space Wolves Dreadnoughts, as well as some photos of my last 2K and the Mechs vs. Bugs. Dude, I'm almost afraid to like show this off because I don't want your guy to get fucking done by corporate. I mean, painting sessions are very normal. I wouldn't class these as like... Okay. I mean, I think some of these are legit, but like, I think running painting workshops and stuff, and you know, doing demo games, I think that's still like I don't know, maybe 2 hours 45 minutes. Yeah. I mean, they don't run you somewhat misunderstood me, Wolf of Minis. All of this is very normal for a 40k store. And you might be thinking, but Mordian, you said they don't play games anymore in store. I mean, they don't run like my local Warhammer club every Tuesday from 7 till late. Everyone goes down and plays a full-size game of 2K, and they all pay the club like the weekly fee. And it's not learn something new. It's not like an intro game. It's not on a small 4x4 board or anything like that. It's like a proper game of Warhammer with like several hours behind it. So it's not, you know, all of this stuff is like legit. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, try something new. Yeah, great. You know, try something new. Yeah, learn how to paint, learn how to play 40k, learn how to play match play, learn how to play Horus Heresy, learn how to play Comet Troll, Spearhead. Yeah, that's all great. But that's not really what I was getting at. Games Workshops, when I was not even that young, I'm talking when I was at university and post-university, used to have multiple 6x4 tables in them. There would be 2 or 3 staff members in there, and they would, you know, you could book, they'd have a diary where you could like book games, and you and a mate could book a game, or you could phone the store up and say, hey, can you book a table? Me and my mate are going to go and play. And you could go down and play in the store, like a full-size game, and the GW staff wouldn't bother you. And there was like, you know, the unwritten rule, but it was unwritten that, you know, you could play, you know, if you were to use the place regularly, you could, you know, it would be appreciated if you could buy something every now and then. That's what it used to be like. And what's changed now is they just do intro games, but they don't basically host independent players, for lack of a better term. But this is cool though. This is more like what I was talking about. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is more like what I'm talking about for sure. It just looks much more like a big sort of game going on. Yeah. So yeah. So a lot of it is just like intro games, but yeah, doing something like this is very, very cool. But hey, you know, very lucky. You are very, 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 very lucky if you have a GW like that, because that's what it should be like. That is what it should be like, and that's cool as fuck. Yeah, that's what they all used to be like, and it looks like your local Warhammer guy is doing it right. So well done to him. Well done to them. Fully love that. Fully support that. And that guy, he's doing it right. So yeah, there you go. There we go. Biscuit Camp, Mr. Glory, please do not do a podcast with Varak called Varak and Mordi. It would not be funny. Thanking you. I can't. Is that reverse psychology? Is that Biscuit? Is that reverse psychology? I mean, now I feel like I want to do it. Yeah. Let's start with it. All 4 of my local GWs are like that. I didn't know many that weren't. What do you mean, Nostalgia? That they host lots of they host full-size games, or that they just do the intro stuff? No, it's obviously I'm just being silly. That's fair enough. What do we got next? John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Okay, I popped pictures in stream discussion of Marvel United minis. Yeah, dude, I saw these come in. There's quite a lot, so I am going to rattle through them, but I am going to go through all of them. Yeah. These are crazy, man. These are cool. Genuinely not seen these. I think you've shown some of these off before in stream, now that I remember, but I've not seen I've not seen these before, man. They're cool. You've got loads of them, man. I love it. That's cool. That's cool, man. I just didn't realize how many they had. Oh yeah, gotta get the Punisher. Yeah, and Daredevil. I think I didn't watch a lot of Daredevil, but actually that's not true. I watched loads of Daredevil, but the only bits that I really remember is the Daredevil Punisher episodes. I heard they brought Daredevil versus the Punisher back, but it didn't do very well for some reason. I'm surprised by that.
When it comes to fighting crime,
I thought that would be an easy win. I thought they brought back everyone, all the good actors for it as well, and everything. I hope that they don't just do one season. I remember fighting that guy in the PlayStation 1 Spider-Man game. I hope they don't, even if the first season's a bit shaky, I hope they stick with it, because I think Daredevil and the Punisher would be a really, really good long-term series for Marvel. They just might need to find their footing with it. Yeah, I think they could get proper gritty with that. These are cool, man. Hey, these are very cool. John, I genuinely, I'm really, really interested in this. Just seeing it. See, this is what I love. I like seeing other game systems. You know, there's a strong chance I probably won't get into, what's it called? Marvel United. Strong chance. But it doesn't mean I can't appreciate the game and seeing something different and seeing something painted, belovedly painted.
Reporting for duty, sir!
You know what I mean? I can still very much appreciate it, even if I don't really intend on playing it. And yeah, I love seeing what you guys are working on, because there's so many games out there that I wouldn't be aware of. Like, I don't know if this is an age thing, but when I was growing up, and I don't mean like growing up from like little kid, but like sort of for a long time, I'd say until my late 20s, mid to late 20s, the only game I was ever interested in was Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy, but like Warhammer 40k. And I almost felt like was proud when other people would tell me about other games. I would be like proud of my dismissal of this game. It's not 40k. Do you know what I mean? Like I was almost like happy and proud of my ignorance. And I still feel like there's lots. I think everyone eventually goes through their journey where they're like 40k is all they ever want, and then they start getting their sort of heads turned and stuff. And I'm in that point right now in my journey where I'm like 40k is one of many games that I play, but it's amongst equals. It's no longer, and I think there's still an aspect of this in players who are newer in their hobby journey, and I don't think I'm being condescending or anything like that. I think it's a natural part of everyone's hobby journey, but I think there's still that element of a lot of people in Warhammer 40k community that are like, they just dismiss everything outside of Warhammer 40k. And one thing that I have come to appreciate, and I think a big part of it has definitely been doing streaming and having to keep an open mind, because how shit would it be if someone sent in some pictures of some game they'd worked on and my attitude was 40k, so I don't care? That would be shit, wouldn't it? And so even before doing streaming full time, but especially since doing streaming full time, I've had to like open my mind, and I've actually become much more appreciative and interested and excited in things outside of the GW bubble rather than inside the GW bubble. I like things, I now see all games for their own merits. 40k on its own pros and cons, Bot Action on its own pros and cons, Old World on its own pros and cons. You know, I no longer have blind faith in one game. I enjoy a variety of games, and I accept them for what they are, and I acknowledge when some games do some things better than others, and some games do some things worse than others. Yeah. I don't have time for every single game, but even games that I know in my heart I probably won't end up playing, I can still appreciate when other people do and get excited for them and get excited for what they're showing me. Like, this is cool. Yeah. James Homer, thank you so much, Super Chat, man. 40k versus 41k. Well, that's it. Because we're not really in 40k anymore, are we? The clock has gone on. We're like 200 years in the future and all this kind of stuff from where... Yeah, it's mental. It's crazy when you know what? It's really crazy when you go back and listen to the old like Eisenhorn books, and it's set like in not the year 300, but like M40 300 or M41 300. I'm not sure which it is. And then you listen to like Gaunt's Ghost, and that's like set in like M41 700. And then you listen to like some of the the more recent books that are written, and they're like written. You don't really they always have like the dates in the books for when they're set, but like you often, I don't know if it's just me, but I often sort of skip past a bit and get to the story, and I don't really appreciate that like certain books are taking place for certain things ever happened. Like all the Eisenhorn books and all the Ravener books, well, the original 3 of each of those trilogies are set before the Tyranids ever turned up. And in one of the Ravener books, the Tyranids, they accidentally go through what's essentially like if in Harry Potter it'd be like a port key, right? They basically go through to another place, and they encounter Tyranids for the first time. They're like, what the fuck are these things? And they have to come back. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. Method Aggression, thank you so much for following over on Twitch. And Buffer Trash, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. Anthony Williams, thank you for Super Chat, man. Has Salty Simon ordered Japanese models for Action or Conflict 47? I sent him over some models that he might want to get. I did say, Simon, Goblin Games currently has the Japanese Starter Army on sale for like 60 quid, but he didn't buy it, unfortunately. He's waiting for... He's getting... Simon is... He's boarding the Conflict 47 hype train. He's like on the hype train. And he's looking for his seat, but he hasn't sat down yet. So he's on board. Like, he's absolutely on board, but he's not sat down yet. That's the best way of looking at it. All right. But if he does... Like I said, we're going to get him something. We're going to sort something out for him. It's all right. Might try and... He wants some of the exosuit guys. Might see if we can do something about that. All right. Yeah. But apparently Mrs. Mordian is getting diddled by spiders. Right. I need a drink anyway. So what I'm gonna just check something here, guys. Make sure I've not missed any tips coming in, because I know what Godlike Pert's like. He's always bleed tipping, which is a good thing. But I always mish my chips. Oh, piss. I have missed my tips. Bollocks. I missed 2 tips. I want to say a big thank you to the Skeptical Lizard. Hey, Mr. MG, the Dawn of War trailer dropped. I hope it's good, but the gameplay part looks a bit off. I agree. I hope it will turn out great, however. Link in Discord. Got cover and all, but feels a bit like StarCraft 2. I don't know. Still no IG or Eldar, however. The Skeptical Lizard, we're going to get to it. I'm going to get my drink. I'm going to save Mrs. Mordian. And then we're going to look at Dawn of War. And I 100% agree with you. 100%. Naro69. Wait, is this XXX Naro 69.
When it comes to
This is
fighting crime,
definitely
there's only one
narrow,
way
isn't
to
it?
the streets.
It's definitely narrow. Hello, Mordian. I just want to say it was such a refreshing watching your Tower Strike video. I got so motivated. Now I actually want to play Towers Guard Army that I'm going to work on a strike team squad. Hope there'll be more videos like it. Hey, ever since I never, ever, 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 ever thought that I would end up doing Tower Tactics videos. But the last one did all right, you know. Looking at it. Yeah, I mean, it didn't do as good as a lot of my like 40k, like my last Imperial Guard Tactics video. You know, got my Imperial Guard Tactics videos tend to get between 6,000 and 10,000 views each after after a week or two. And this one's only 3 days old, and it's got 3.7k views, but I don't think it'll climb too much further up. It might climb up to like sort of 5,000 views. But you know, I'm gonna keep an eye on it, and if it gets up to between 6,000 and 10,000 views in the next week or two, then yeah, we could see some more. You know, we could definitely see some more. I never, ever, ever thought I would see more. I never thought that I would become the Tower Tactics guy, but apparently that's what the people want. Apparently that's what the people want. You know what? Truth be told, I shouldn't say this. Truth be told, I've kind of run out of guard tactics. 40k isn't really that complicated anymore. You know, it's like, hey, these units go naturally with these units. I've covered all of that. I'm built. That's why I'm doing the army listings from like 500 to like 2,000 points. You know, there's some good like combos that I haven't covered. So I've still got a few like combos and stuff, but I've covered all the data sheets. I've covered most of the tactics. It's like a few other. I've covered all the detachments. Yeah, I've basically covered everything for Guard. I mean, the Codex came out beginning of the year, wasn't it? So like 5 months ago. The Codex came out like 5 months ago. And in 5 months, I have gone into basically 95% of every nook and cranny for the Guard. So, to be fair, the only one I haven't done is the ADL datasheet deep dive. That's the only one I haven't done. So, I need to do that one and like legends and stuff like that. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, maybe for the next 12 months. Maybe for the next 12 months we become a Tau Old World K47 channel. And the 40k drama channel. Maybe. All right. Kalanish Cat, Ishmael, Ledger. I'm only joking, by the way. I've still got loads of shit to talk about the Guard. I'm only. That's why the thing is, on a serious. I don't want anyone to get the wrong end of the stick. Serious note. It's why I go to tournaments so often, because going to tournaments helps me. It helps the creative juices flow and to come up for new tournament ideas and tactics and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I like going to tournaments, because it gets my brain going. Yeah. So that's why I think I'm going to a 40k tournament this weekend. So there we go. All right. Legend, Ishmael, Kalanish Cat. I'll get to all of you guys when I get back. I'll be 2 minutes. I've got a drink, and Mrs. Mordian has been saved. We're all good. Not in like a Jesus way. I mean, the spider can't get her anymore because it's dead. She broke the treaty, but I had to deal with the fallout. Whatever. All right, let's have a look here. Clannis Cat, thank you for super chat, man. First bot action list and stream discussion, ready to be picked apart. Let's have a gander, mate. Bolt action, bolt action, bolt action, bolt action, bolt action. Attempt at my very first bot action list. Units from the mystery box I got Friday. I guess I got the bug. He's got the bug, baby! Yes, dude. Once your eyes have been opened, once you've stepped outside the GW bubble, it's like leaving the Matrix. You know when like Neo in the first Matrix film, he's lying on that bed and Morpheus comes in and sits next to him and he's like, I can't go back, can I? And Morpheus is like, no. But knowing what you know now, would you want to? That's what it's like. It's like, you can't go back to living ignorant bliss when you thought that 40k was everything. Everything! You can still go back into 40k. They still go back into the Matrix, don't they? Yeah, they still go back in, but they don't live there anymore. That's the thing. That's the journey. Yeah. All right. So German here, winter, rulebook version 3, total points 1247, order dice 14. You have gone for an infantry platoon, a rifle platoon. You've gone for platoon commander, inexperienced, 2 8-man squads of Heer Grenadiers with 5 assault rifles and 3 rifles, and then 6 Heer Grenadiers with 4 rifles and 2 LMGs. Nice. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Dude, fucking love that. Yeah, fucking love. Can you get 2 double LMGs on regulars? I can't remember if you can. I feel like you can. Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. Recce platoon, platoon commander, +1, veteran. Grenadier, veteran, 3 assault rifles, 2 rifles, 2 assault rifles, 3 rifles. 1 truck inexperienced plus recce vehicle rules version 3. You don't want your truck inexperienced. That's the only change I'd make. Honestly, you can get away. I downgrade the platoon commander to make the truck. You probably want the truck veteran. Because if it goes into reserve, you need to roll under its leadership test -1 for it to come in. And often you want trucks, things like trucks in reserve. So you definitely want the truck to be at minimum regular, and I often make trucks veteran. Yeah. Other than that, that's great. Heavy weapons platoon. Platoon commander inexperienced, medium machine gun, medium mortar. That's great. Tank platoon, Panzer 4, not 6, yeah, Panzer 4, veteran, Panzer 8, and then Stug 3, inexperienced. You want your Stug to be regular. Any tips and criticisms are welcome. I'll start working on the first models this Friday. Can't wait. Models I'm likely to invest in. German Army Winter Support Group, 2nd MMG, 2nd Mortar Officer. Great choice. German Heer Winter Weapons Teams. Hans, get the Flammenwerfer and the Panzerstreck. Great choice. 2 to 3 times 251 Auf die Stummels. Armored Transport was HE indirect. Yes. Stummel, great. The Stummel goes in an armored platoon, not as a transport. So you would need to take that into account. But here's the thing. You want 2 to 3 Hanemags. And I do believe, I don't know for sure, so my advice would be buy one first and see if this is true. I do believe that the base kit for the Stummel allows you to just make a regular 251 as well, a regular Hanemag. Like when I don't mean regulars in like veteran, I mean like normal transport Hanemag. If that is the case, then yes, absolutely invest in 2 to 3 Hanemags. It's what I have for my own Germans, and it just means that a transport, I would say 1 truck and 2 to 3 Hanamags / Stumels is perfect. You don't need any more than that. Allows you to go full mech or a fully mechanized, or just dip into the motor pool as and when you need it. And then you've got the Panzer, a couple of 1 to 2 Panzer 2 Lukes. The Lynx, nice little tank. Yes, Lynx is very, very good. I would say go for 2 Hanamags / Stumels, whichever you want. Go for 2 Lux, because they're great. Yeah, 1 to 2 Lux. And I would definitely consider investing in a Panzer 3. I really, really, really like the Panzer 3. But you know what, man? Truth be told, I guarantee you, you're going to start just, oh, I'll get that German tank. Oh, I'll get that German tank. The German motor pool is never complete. I said to myself quite a while ago that my German motor pool was complete. This week, I bought a Jagdtiger. Probably only going to use it like once or twice, but we've got it now. So overall, I think you've done very, very, very well there. I would just go for I try and get the Stug to be regular, and I would try and get the truck to be regular as well. Yeah. This is Mordian. Yes, we've seen it and we looked at it on stream and we got very, very excited. It looks really, really good. Yeah. So Clown Scat, but let me just say, man, you have, for your first bolt action list, you have got that 99% right. Really smashed it, bro. Very, very good effort. You are every single unit you've picked is good. If you notice, the only things that I've tweaked is where you want your veterancy. That's it. So you've done a good job, mate. Yeah, you've done a very good job. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Thank you so much for the Baneblade. Yes, it is the Baneblade. Bought WTC terrain, but match play terrain is a thing. Do I need match as well? Me and Buddy started with combat patrol and then moving to proper 40k. 5 years hobbying, now time to play finished armies. Explain terrain, please. You do not need matched play terrain as well. WTC terrain is a perfectly acceptable and widely used competitive format of terrain to play on. Match play terrain, aka GW terrain, is actually, I would say, it's fine, but most people see it as like fairly basic in terms of competitive play. Like it's good, and a lot of tournaments use it, but arguably the best, most competitive tournaments in the world all use WTC terrain layouts. You know, tournaments where people claim to be able to be the best in the world because they won that tournament, or they did the best with a particular faction, they all tend to be WTC terrain tournaments. So you do not need match play as well. Match play terrain, aka GW terrain, would allow you to get a feeling for another kind of terrain to play on, but you don't need it at all. For now, just play on WTC and learn on that. You'll be fine. The only thing I would say, make sure you head over to the WTC website and check out the terrain maps that they have. That'll help. And there will be also some YouTube videos explaining how to set it up and stuff, because it is set up in a specific way. You don't just throw the ruins down. Everything is set up and measured as per a defined table layout. So yeah, check out the WTC website and do some YouTube research, and you'll be all right. All right. So Ishmael, I hope that helps, man. And if you've got any follow-up, explain terrain, please, is quite a broad brush statement. So if you've got any, that I've given you a broad brush answer, but if you've got any follow-up questions, please let me know and I'll be happy to do my best to answer them. The legend. Thank you so much for Super Chat, man. Hey, Mordian. Good to catch more than just the first few minutes of the stream. Anyway, have a totally 100% legit guard list for you to look at in stream discussion. This is the list for one of my homebrew regiments, the Plague Dogs. Basically the Grey Wardens from Dragon Age, but for Genestealer cults and Tyranids instead of Darkspawn. I could regale you with autism-fueled lore, but I don't think I've paid enough to subject you to that. Curious what, if any, input you have on the list. Dude, always throw the fucking autistic lore at me. I may not read it all, but you can always throw it at me. I may not read it all on stream, but you can always throw it at me. I can have a quick glance at it, you know. Detachment, Brood Brother Auxiliary. Doesn't seem like legit guard. Kelemorph, Locust, Primus, Reductor Saboteur, Acolytes, Auto Pistols, 20 neophytes, 10 neophytes, 10 Metamorphs, Achilles Roadrunner, Goliath Truck, Captain Heavy Weapon Squad, Cycle Storage Vehicle, Hellhound, Kazakin, Lehman Russ, Primara Psyker, Scout Sentinel, Taurox. I quite like it. I could put the 20-man neophyte squad into 2 10-mans. Remove the Cyclops and add a Sanctum with a sniper rifle to get to 2,000 points exactly, if that would be better. Could also give one of the Ridge Runners a heavy mine laser and spotter if the iron tank is lacking. I mean, I wouldn't remove a 10-man squad to get a Sanctus, no. Taurox with Kazakin is good. Scout Sentinel is good. Don't know what I would definitely not take the Primara Psyker. I don't think it's doing diddly dick for you in this list. I would drop the Primara Psyker and the Cyclops to get like a Chimera or a Taurox for the other Kazakin squad for sure. I would probably... I don't know if the Katachan Heavy Weapons squad with Las Cannons are doing all that much for you, but I guess you need some anti-tank.
You heard me?
But
I said Cree.
if you drop the Cyclops Demolition Vehicle, you've got 35 points spare. If you drop the Primaris Psyker, you have got 95 points spare. If you drop, because you had 10 points in the list already, if you buy a Taurox, you will have 20 points left over. You could turn both those Catachan Heavy Weapon squads plus the 20 points into a Lemurus Vanquisher, which is probably a pretty decent amount of anti-tank. Considering you don't have orders anyway, might as well go with the fucking Vanquisher. You know, it can stay still and get +1 to hit with its main gun. That's what I would probably do. Double Lehman Russ, double Hellhound, double Kazakin. Sounds pretty good on the guard front. I don't know enough about the Genestealer Cult stuff to know if this stuff is good or not, but I always like seeing lots of neophytes, and you've got lots of neophytes, so that makes me happy. And I think the Ridge Runners, I definitely would consider going with the Manning lasers for the Ridge Runners. I don't think you need the same amount of indirect fire in this list as you do in like a guard army, because you have melee, like the neophyte hybrids and the hybrid metamorphs. Not the neophyte hybrids, the hybrid metamorphs and the acolyte hybrids and stuff like that. Yeah. I think an Achilles Ridge Runner is a bad call for a heavy mortar. I think you might as well take an artillery team with a heavy mortar if you're going to do it. The Ridge Runners for stripping cover from units? Well, okay, then why are the Hellhounds in the list? Because that's what the Hellhounds do. So I'm okay with the Achilles Ridge Runners, but the question is, if you're going to have stripping cover from the Achilles Ridge Runners, then you don't need the Hellhounds. Redundancy, I don't think you need it, because the Ridge Runners fire and they strip cover indirectly, right? So they launch the mortar and that strips cover. So you don't need the redundancy in that area, because the indirect fire stripping cover is safe, more than likely safe. So it's low risk, so it needs low to no redundancy. Like yeah. So I would take the Ridge Runners or the Hellhounds for stripping cover. But I would include both in the list if you want. But if you're going to include both in the list, I would go for the Ridge Runners with lasers. That's how I would do it. Overall, decent list, mate. I quite like it. Like I said, just some advice around the heavy weapon teams, but other than that, decent. Try, you know, I wouldn't. You know, like the only thing I'd do is put that Vanquisher in, because then you're starting to get up to some pretty decent levels of armor between the Russ, the Vank, the Tauroxes, the Hellhounds, the Ridge Runner, the Truck. There's a lot of armored assets in there which can play very nicely for you. Yeah, yeah. So the Legend, hope that helps, mate. Anthony Williams, thank you for the Giga Chat. I got my chair at a thrift store, $15. Jesus was looking out for me that day. I added the lamb's wool blanket. Where did you get your chair? I think I used to have this chair, man. Okay, I actually, no word of a lie, if Mrs. Mordian is watching the stream right now, I'm pretty certain I had that chair, but without the wool. I had one very, 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 very similar to it. Very, very, very similar to it. Looks good, man. Looks good. You don't have my old chair, by the way. My old chair is in the bin. My old chair's in the bin. But I think that's a pretty decent chair. I think that's a pretty decent chair. Nice. Rip chair. Rip the old chair. I got this chair. Mrs. Mordian got it for me. It's a Secret Labs one. I bought Mrs. Mordian a Secret Labs chair for her birthday because she really wanted one. And then one of my mates, you know who it was? It was Stu. Yeah, it's crazy how much he pops up in my life, or I should say popped up in my life. But I said to Stu, "Oh yeah, I've got this more on the Secret Labs chair. You know, it seems a bit expensive, but she wanted it." And he went, "They're really good." He said, "I had a really bad back, and I got a Secret Labs chair. It was really good." So then I ended up getting a Secret Labs chair, and I really, really, really love it. Yeah. Sometimes something is expensive. It might be branded, but sometimes it's expensive and is worth it. Yeah. I sit on this chair a lot, and I am very, very grateful for it. Yeah. Airborne, my boy. Airborne, thank you for the super chat, man. Krieg Lieberus Commander in stream discussion. Let's take a look, man. Let's take a look.
Crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Greetings, sir. I kit bashed my Horus Heresy Rust to have a Krieg Commander. We'll order some third-party sponsors and magnetize the front gun once I get a new drill. Pardon me. The Commander is a mix of a Basilisk Commander base, Ridemaster torso, plus backpack and engineer head. Dude, he looks so good. The Mars Alpha pattern Russ lives again. You know what? You say you're going to get sponsors, but I don't think the original Krieg Lehman Russ, the Mars Alpha pan, I don't think it had sponsors. So I'm just saying, you don't need them. If you're going to stick to Krieg, you're going to be true. Dude, that's so well done. That is so well done. Love that. Love that, man. Yeah, definitely on board. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Very, very nicely done. Nice. The Mars Alpha lives again, baby. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. Margaret Delavan, thank you for the super chat, bro. Cathay lands an army in Marienburg. What? WYLTKM? Would you like to know more? That's what it is, yeah. What prompts the stoic Mao Ying to travel to the old world? Let's have a look. Mao Ying is a storm dragon, the eldest foreign daughter of the celestial dragon emperor, and one of the most powerful figures in the entire world of legend. She is the ruler of the northern provinces, the center of the Grand Bastion, the matriarch of the forged city of Nanguao. Her focus over the millennia has been largely in defense of the empire. There are many marauder tribes such as the Kurgan and the Hung. I bet these guys worship Slanesh, who make their homes north of the Great Bastion, a huge and ancient fortification that has guarded the northern border of Grand Cathay for around 4,000 years. These marauder tribes, sometimes accompanied by dark forces, yet periodically assault the Bastion, which is in turn garrisoned by tens of thousands of seasoned Jade warriors. Miao Ying, whose stronghold is Nanguao at the western end of the wall, has rarely stepped away from her station, taking her defensive duties with the seriousness they demand. This is what makes her military expedition to the old world so remarkable. Unlike her sister, Yin Yin, the sea dragon who roams far and wide across the oceans of the world, Miao Ying is honor-bound to stay at her post. Indeed, in the months and years before she eventually decides to set off for the old world at the head of the Jade Fleet and an army of Great Bastion veterans, she had noticed a considerable increase in marauder attacks. That's some cool... I love the artwork they've gone for there. Yin Yin's navies report a similar increase in activity from Norscan marauder tribes across the world. Their wolf ships are raiding in numbers not seen for centuries, and the High Elves, whose naval strength is considerable, have done little to thin the numbers. Yeah, Great War of Chaos is coming, boys. Great War of Chaos is coming. Through his extensive network of spies across the old world, meanwhile, their brother Yuan Bo has been building a grave picture of creeping corruption. Dark forces mustering largely unchecked by Western powers. I mean, I do love the fact that that line right there could literally be used in like a modern day like Chinese newspaper and would still be massively like it wouldn't be out of place. The Jade Dragon, yes, you could that has definitely been lifted from some Chinese state media, I've just said. The Jade Dragon, ruler of the central provinces in the region of Grand Cathay in his parents' long absence, finds himself increasingly troubled by the anarchy that reigns across the Empire of Man, a great nation beset by political intrigue and disunity, and blind to the enemy practically at its gates. Likewise, he has noticed the woes of the Kingdom of Bretonia against certain orcs and goblins, and the all-round indifference of the elves and dwarves in response. He sees clearly that action must be taken to defeat the inexorable growth of chaos in the west, and he petitions his sister to intervene. Upon receiving her brother's summons, Miao Ying races to Weijin, the seat of the Emperor's power. It is rare for the Jade Dragon to be troubled by events far beyond the borders of Grand Cathay, and rarer still that he feels compelled to act upon them. Though the Weijin stands many hundreds of miles away from Nangao, she soars across the skies at impossible speeds and arrives at the capital with little delay. Quickly ushered to Yuanbo's chambers, she finds her brother surrounded by charts, maps, and ledgers. The Jade Dragon is of the opinion that the elves of Ulthuan, self-appointed leaders among civilized nations of the West, have either, through arrogance or ignorance, allowed chaos to take root in the old world. If Sigmar's empire were to fall while Portent's warn a far greater evil gathering the chaos waste, that even the lands of Grand Cathay could be at risk. Miao Ying is reluctant to leave the post appointed to her by her father. After lengthy debate, she agrees to lead the warriors of Nangao to the old world if her brother promises to keep a weather eye on the marauder tribes that dwell in the frozen lands to the north of the Great Bastion, and upon the magistrate she leaves in charge of Nangao. Upon return to her home city, she orders the noble families from the surrounding lands to raise fresh regiments of Jade warriors and dispatch them to the Great Bastion. This fresh crop of recruits frees veterans from the northern border, battle-hardened in the endless war against the marauder tribes, to accompany Miao Ying in her journey to the old world. By the end of summer, the army of the Storm Dragon is ready to sail. Mark Upland, they dare assume the Empire cannot defend itself? There must be war. I know! They think we could... Look, all of the infighting that the Empire does means that we have combat experienced troops. That's what it's all about. It's not about, nicking that field or that hill from the other elector counter. It's not about that at all. That's just like part of it. If it was all about that, we'd all be... if it was about that, why aren't we invading Stirland? See? The first triumph is upon the Sea of Claws, where her fleet wins a crushing victory against a tide of Nautican raiding ships who are totally unprepared for the aerial fusillade from mass sky lanterns. The situation in Westerland is dire, however, and the Jade fleet is met with signs of destruction all along the coast. Abandoned villages, ruined forts, and wrecked ships abound. The raiders are clearly winning. The Jade fleet arrives in Marienburg in grand fashion. Before the stunned crowds gathered upon the great docks, whole regiments of Jade warriors disembark. Behind them, the towering forms of terracotta sentinels stirred to life, while sky lanterns descend from the skies. The people of Grand Cathay are not unknown to the old world, though few people understand the true might and extent of the Celestial Dragon's empire. The major port cities, Marienburg among them, welcome their fair share of Cathayan merchants and diplomats, but these foreigners are a rare enough sight to inspire wonder and suspicion. At times, the Celestial Dragon's children have ventured west to strike friendships with kings, queens, and emperors, but a full expeditionary force, that's unheard of. Miao Ying will be on pre-order. Oh, that's not part of the law. Cathay come to save us? It's a puff piece. It's interesting. So obviously what has happened here is they are this is just here so that when Games Workshop does the War on Chaos, there is a narrative reason for why Cathay would be involved in that. Because, you know, obviously, normally Cathay is a very long way away and wouldn't be really involved in... I mean, have we got an old world map? Old world map. 1 minute. We probably need Warhammer Total War map, don't we? I don't know if this is probably right. Probably. So Grand Cathay is over here. And then this is obviously... I don't know, actually. How fucking I don't know if that map's particularly accurate. Anyway, point is, Grand Cathay is a long way away. Yeah. So they wouldn't be... Grand Cathay is a long way away. So they wouldn't be... If Chaos, you know, started fighting down from the Chaos Wastes, there wouldn't be any way of just, you know, why, you know, if, you know, there wouldn't be any way of, like, explaining, like... There wouldn't be any way of getting Cathay players to feel like they were part of the big campaign. So this is GW/SDS putting the time and effort in to explaining why Grand Cathay is here and setting up the Great War of Chaos. And I have to say, I'm all for it. Let's put it this way. We now know more about why Grand Cathay... We now know more about how Grand Cathay is going to be involved in the upcoming War for Chaos than we know where the Rogal Dawn came from. I fully applaud and support Games Workshop putting time and effort into the world building of the game like Old World. I think it's very good. They didn't need to write this article, but it's, as we were talking about before, it's the little things. Games Workshop needs to show us the effort. If they show us the effort and this stuff, then we like it. There you go. So overall, I'm not against it. Now, to be fair, we know more about where the linebacker came from than the Dawn. Lol, that's true. It's sad, but it is true. Right. Dawn of War.
Peggy 8.
Right. We're just gonna watch it all the way through. I'm not gonna say anything the first time, and then we're gonna break it down. All right.
Peggy 18.
We have fought the enemies of humanity across 1,000 worlds. No respite, no remorse, no mercy. We are the wrath of the Emperor, his angels of death. But the Imperium lies broken, its armies scattered and reeling. Our foes rise to drag us down, and the galaxy has been torn asunder. On the world of Cronus, we make our stand. We are the Blood Ravens. There is no victory to claim here, only vengeance to enact. Whilst even one of us lives, we fight.
Even one of us.
For only in death does duty end.
Okay. So, I'm not that bothered about this side of it. This is just animation. I will say... Let me watch it again.
Peggy 18.
It's good that it's at 18.
We have fought the enemies of humanity across 1,000 worlds. No respite.
I mean, that's kind of cool.
Humanity across 1,000 worlds.
That's kind of cool, seeing that fighting in the background and stuff.
No respite, no remorse, no mercy. We are the wrath of the Emperor, his angels of death.
That's cool.
But the Imperium lies broken, its armies scattered and reeling. Our foes rise to drag us down, and the galaxy has been torn asunder. On the world of Cronus, we make our stand. We are the Blood Ravens. There is no victory to claim here, only vengeance to enact. Whilst even one of us lives, we fight. For only in death does duty end. I don't want to yuck anyone's yum, but I'm also gonna be. There's some positives. There's some positives. There's some negatives. Positives. I like the fact, if we go back 1 minute. Where is it? Base building.
You know, we can see here. You can see here clearly base building's happening. We can see build menu, Mega Boss Bunker, Boys Fort, Beast Snagger Hut, Scrap Heap, Mech Boy Workshop. You can build cover, which is interesting. Wire Banner, Mech Gun, Bomb Squig Pen, Gorkanaut. You can build a Mech Boy, Utility Infantry, Repair Structure and Vehicles, effective at short range. Boys Fort, produces infantry units, provides research, has a mounted weapon. So, you know, I think the game looks like it's got base building, which is very good. Shall we just watch that bit again, though? I don't think there's predetermined locations. Like seeing, I like the way that building came in. You know, it gets dropped in from orbit. That feels very Dawn of War, like when the plane came in and dropped the plane came in and dropped the bunker. I thought that was the drop the building. That was very, very cool. I'm not sure how I feel. If you look down the bottom here, we've got unit cards. That'll be interesting to see how that works.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Talzun, thank you for Super Chat, man. We'll buy anything with Blood Ravens. Psychic thievery is what the world needs. Gable Angelos for president. I have a second home in subsector Aurelia. Well, there's definitely Blood Ravens in this. We get a little look at them. You know, here we can see intercessors here, Blade Guard veterans moving up here, drop pod coming down here. Yeah, like that looks good. That looks good. Looks like there's some AdMech stuff going on here as well. Yeah. I'd like to imagine the Blood Ravens stole the Primaris tech and it wasn't given just because... Yeah, I mean, they definitely should have stolen it. Yeah, like Gilliman turns up to give them Primaris and they've already got them. And he's like, where'd you get those guys from? And he's like, found them. What do you mean found them? Well, Dark Angels had just mind wiped them, so they didn't know anything anyway. So we just took them and gave them some red armor and told them they were Blood Ravens, and yeah, they believed us. Which would be an absolutely Blood Raven thing to do, like just get someone who's freshly mind wiped. So yeah, you know, this base building seems to be back, and that seems to be a big positive. I am not sold on two things. One thing, really. I don't like the art style they've gone with. I noticed it a bit with the animation as well. And you really see it with the picture here. It looks kind of cartoony. Yeah, it kind of looks like Battle Sector.
Ready to serve.
Yeah, Ishmael, thank you for the 14 months, man. It's also bright, viewers, kind of huggy by 40k standards. Yeah, exactly. Xbox, baby. Yeah, it's very bright and cartoony. So I especially noticed it I think the Necrons they've got right. You know, well, in some areas, like that's good. That's good. I think the orcs look very cartoony. Do you know what I mean? The orc looks, it looks very cartoony. You know.
Rise to drag us down.
Also, is he even pulling that trigger? 1 minute. I'm watching that.
Rise to
Not even.
drag.
Orc's not even pulling the trigger.
Rise to drag.
He didn't even pull the trigger. He just believes. I guess he's an orc. He can just believe it shoots. He believes it is. Yeah. Like, no, I think, seriously, I think they've done, the Marines look good.
Drag us down. And the galaxy has been
But,
told.
you know, the Necron face there looks a bit, you see what I mean? The Necron face looks a little cartoony. I think it's not everywhere. You know, some of it, like, I really noticed it with the Admech face there. It looks like, honestly, it looks like mobile game graphics. That's what's worried me slightly. And the big thing that stood out to me is it looks like Dawn of War. Obviously, it looks like Dawn of War 3. It looks like they've done the art style for Dawn of War 3. Look at the look at the way the Marines shoot their guns, and look at the way the assault intercessors jump into combat. Watch. Do you know what I mean? They just it looks, it's one step below backflipping Terminators from Dawn of War 3. Do you know what I mean? The way the units move and shoot, the way the unit, it's, you know, it feels like Dawn of War 3. You see what I mean? Like the way, look at the way things are moving and shooting. Do you know what I mean? I want to be excited for it. I want to be excited for it, but I'm nervous about the art style. I'm very nervous about the art style that they've chosen for both for some of the characters, for some of this stuff. Not too much of this though. Like, if I may, this board, it almost looks and feels like they're playing on a Warhammer 40k board. Look at this is what jumped out to me. Look at the terrain they're playing on. Not necessarily the buildings and stuff, but the surface, for lack of a better term. The surface, the flat bit, right? The flat bit. Does that not basically look like one of the cardboard battle mats that GW sells? Do you know what I mean? You're like classified codes, new stuff, and just complain. No. I'm not complaining about it at all, Talzun. I'm really, you know, I do want to like it, but just because something is new doesn't mean it's better, and just because something is old doesn't mean it's better. Whether it's old or new, up, down, left, right, or spinning in circles, there is just good and bad. Like, I'll openly admit I don't think all old models look good. I think there's a lot of old models that look dog shit, and that, you know, I know that I like old models because of nostalgia reasons. But, you know, some of the new models that GW comes up with, look at the Space Wolves, you know, look at the Emperor's Children, you know, they're beautiful sculpts. So please don't think I'm criticizing because it's new. I'm not. I'm just struggling with the art, I'm struggling with the art style. Like, 1 minute. I don't know, it just... Look at those guys in the backgrounds. Look at the way those orcs are moving. Look at the way... The Meganobs look okay, actually. It's not... No, I'm not totally against it. I want to be clear. I'm not totally against it. I like some of it. I'm 50-50 on it. I'm 50-50 on it. Like, I quite like that. I like this bit. I think that's cool. Death animation's cool. I actually, I really like the way these guys are running in. I really like that bit. So I'm not against all of it. I'm not against all of it. I'm not against all of it. Some of it I like. Some of it I don't. Some bits I think they've got right. Some bits I think aren't quite right. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's okay. I think, you know, the more I look at it, the more I'm not against it. I think the thing is, I am okay. It's Aeon's about. Aeon's about. Great time in the Go stream, man. These clips are reminding me I need to finish Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. It's similar. It is a similar art style to that, actually. Yeah, to be fair. I'm not unsold on the art style. I could learn to love the art style. Do you know what I mean? I could learn to love the art style. That's fine. I just think... it's just slightly cartoony. I think that's what's thrown me off. I feel like the game is slightly cartoony. And... the thing is... the thing is... it's like they didn't even try to beat. The problem is, I know there's better out there. Again. Again. I know there's better out there.
In the name of the Emperor, finish this! Higher ground, we'll gain the advantage. Continue the assault. Reinforcements are coming. The monolith! We destroy that, this is over! Charge!
And not to really, really, really labor my point. But again, I know there's better out there.
More of us are coming. This planet will be ours.
You lost this war before you started, fool.
Primary threat spotted.
Moving into position. Neutralizing. Take cover! Strike from the sky, brothers! This planet is ours, witch.
No, this planet is theirs.
Naro, give me a second. I've seen you. Witness me. I've seen you. Okay. So the problem is that it's not that I think the Dawn of War trailer is necessarily like bad, but has it improved upon what we've seen before? Has it done better than what we've seen before? And then, the starting animation's like fine, but it's like, it's telling. Show, don't tell. You can be someone who has never played Warhammer 40k before, and you can watch that first trailer, and you can be like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but that was really, really, really badass. And you can watch that second trailer, and you can be like, I still don't know what the fuck's going on, but that's really, really badass. And we can watch the Dawn of War 2 trailer, and you can be like, I still don't know what the fuck's going on. These red guys with every single one of them. But what I can tell you is that was really, really badass. And I didn't really get really, really badass from the Dawn of War 4 trailer, which is why I'm a bit like, What was the Dawn of War 3 trailer? I don't even remember what the Dawn of War 3 trailer was. Oh yeah, and the Dawn of War 3, yeah, it was a bit shit, wasn't it? Yeah, and then this was the Dawn of War 3 trailer, which we might as well watch for the sake of completion.
In darkness, I shall be light. In times of doubt, I shall keep faith. Throes of rage.
It's cartoony again, isn't it? Like the way the Marines are very lanky.
In vengeance, I shall have no mercy.
Yeah, Marines are very lanky and cartoony looking.
In the midst of battle, I shall have no fear.
This bit was cool though.
In the face of death, I shall have no remorse.
So I'm not actually against the Dawn of War 3 trailer. I'm not actually against Dawn of War 3 trailer. It feels, it's a bit more arty.
Come on, you ape, you wanna live forever!
it's a little bit more arty, in my opinion. But there are some pretty fucking beautiful moments in it, like the way the Banshee stood in the columns, the bone columns, the Wraith Knight. To be honest, it's the best bit's the Wraith Knight getting twatted. I don't think how many people understand how frankly important this scene was. Seeing a Wraith Knight getting absolutely fucking obliterated was such a moment of vindication. Because at the time, they were so broken that they were single-handedly, not single-handedly, but they were one of many things that were literally destroying and killing Warhammer 40k. So seeing one getting absolutely fucking twatted was a really, really, really big deal. So yeah, I think, so I don't like the Dawn of War 3 trailer in its entirety. I think it's a little arty, a little farty, as it were. I don't like the look of the Marines. Look how weird. The Marines look very weird and lanky. Like they're super fucking... Those legs go all the way up. Yes! The Marines are very strange and lanky looking. The Orcs are somewhat cartoon looking again. Like that's a beautiful shot. That is a beautiful shot, to be fair. The way the Marines run in, look, the way they run and everything, the zombie Marines. Yeah, exactly. Eons of Battle summed up very well. I love me some farts and arts, but it's a better short film about an RTS than a trailer for a lackluster game. Yeah, exactly. It's not about showing gameplay. It's got some beautiful moments in it, but it's not very good. I think the issue is, for me, the gameplay animation that I saw in the Dawn of War 4 trailer reminded me very much of Dawn of War 3. So let's have a look at this. We'll get into this, then we'll get into some of the super chats coming in. Dawn of War 3 gameplay. Okay. Fucking hell. Pause the fucking video. Come on. So you see what I mean? Like, it's quite similar to what we saw with Dawn of War 4. In fact, let's get these up side by side, actually. Let's get these up side by side.
Peggy 18.
So, look at how the Marines move and shoot. Look at how the Marines move and shoot in the Dawn of War 3 game, and then look at how the Marines... In fact, give me a second. I might have to go over to Idris Casts. He does some... Yeah, there you go. He's always got... Idris Casts is a great YouTube channel. Definitely recommended. Let's have a look. So, just... see what I mean here? So, so look how the Marines move in Dawn of War 3. It's quite bouncy and cartoony, and the way they shoot is it looks a bit like a mobile game. Do you know what I mean? Like And there's not that there's not blood and gore in it. There's still blood and gore in it. But, you know, look at how the Marines and stuff move and shoot there. And if we come over to Dawn of War 4 trailer, you know, look at how the Marines move and shoot there. It's kind of similar. Do you know what I mean? You can. It's not as bad, but it's similar. You know, the way things are moving is quite cartoony. I don't think it's quite as bad. I do think that things are definitely better in Dawn of War 4, but there's an element, you know, do you know what I mean? There's kind of like an element of it. And then let's come over to, so by the way, definitely recommend Idrid Casts. Idrid Casts, very, very good channel. You can see I'm subscribed. I do enjoy watching this guy's videos. So this is Dawn of War 2, for example. And if we sort of, the graphics aren't obviously going to be as good.
Or something.
I don't know what it is. The way the units move.
Those guys are able to finish their cap there.
Maybe I'm thinking too much about it, but
And we've seen MiGs diving
I want to
for
see
the
some of
power.
the Space Marines. The way the Space Marines move
Those guys
around,
gonna
there's a
drop
real
model.
sense
Yeah,
of
one
weight.
Marine down. Force commanders in
Do you know what I mean?
there,
The
also
Marines
runs.
aren't bouncing
Decent start for
around.
the guard. Meanwhile,
Do you know what I mean? Like the
Litz's
Marines aren't
force commanders
bouncing
been capping
around.
up this west side
Like
here.
they're just sort of,
What's this?
they won't. You can feel the
Scouts
weight.
idle for a second.
Do you know what I mean? You can feel the
Double
weight
taps of both
behind them.
sodding and
Like, you know,
burning.
scouts are
Help them
moving
focus down
quite
attack. The,
lithe, whereas
sentinels
Marines are
also just
moving
give a
quite,
generally
you know,
strong backline.
relatively
West
slowly.
side, and some sodding drops a tactical Marine model. We have some Devastators also for hand some sodding.
It's a little different, you know, like there's a bit of
No
weight,
force
you know,
model will
there's a
give
bit
it.
of weight behind
Probably
them.
we'll just see
But I would
artificer
say,
armor.
you know,
Take
upon
some more
reviewing
shots.
the Dawn of War 2 footage, I would say that I feel
Armor of Alacrity is
Dawn of
criminally
War
underused
4
in
definitely
3v3,
feels
I feel like.
closer to this.
Having
The,
an extra
what we
mobility in
saw
your force commander so
feels
good.
closer to this
This
than
way
it
he's prepared
does
and he's getting it. There are the spotters of MiGs. In fact, all
to
three
Dawn of War
players
3.
get
Dawn of
them
War
up.
3 is
They can
exceptionally
fall in off-map
cartoony.
mortar shells to disrupt,
Dawn of War
and
4
also
feels
mess up units with
not
smoke.
quite as good as this,
Double assault
but
Marines for blitz.
you look at the way the Assault
Force commander
Marines
is down,
lumber
gets to
around,
the
do you know what I
right
mean?
And there is the artificer armor. Doesn't quite level up handsome sodding.
You know, so it's not that it's not that I'm saying it's bad. I just feel like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the Primaris aesthetic. You know, maybe Primaris just look kind of smooth and Firstborn just look a lot grittier.
Scary plasma gun.
I think it's the way the guns fire as well, though. If you notice the guns,
You need to manually target each shot from this thing.
you can see them
But it
firing
packs a punch.
shots, but
471 to 27. Use it to fire.
let's have a look. Are they going to do like a
471 to
jump?
240.
That would be kind of cool.
Which is exactly what's happening. Manticore
You know,
strike,
like with the
that's a
guns aren't
first
firing like
good hit.
cartoony bullets.
Wipes out the plasma cannon devastators. That's a good Manticore strike. And there's a
Oh,
creeping
shit.
barrage. Nicely done. Global ability of one of those Lord Generals. Commissar's in the mid, helping out. Bringing
I
his
don't know.
spotters and his guardsmen. And maybe a decap here from the Tenso.
I honestly think this looks better than Dawn of War 4. I honestly think this looks. I honestly, I don't know, man. Maybe. No, it's important. This bit I thought was very good. Truth be told, I thought this bit looked very good. That felt very good. That was the best bit of all the gameplay. For me, that felt very good. Yeah. It's a little. I will say this right now. It's a little cartoony, but it doesn't look terrible. That's gonna be my assessment of the Dawn of War 4 trailer. There you go. All right, now, Narrow, let me catch from my super chats, and then we'll look at that game you're talking about, okay? All right, but don't spam in chat, all right? You got to be blue balled a little bit, Narrow. Narrow, what? We're trying to fucking talk about Dawn of War, bro. We've got to talk about Dawn of War first, and then we've got to, you know, get to the other bits. You know, that's how it works. You know the system. Chill the fuck out. He's like, Dust Wars now. Fuck you, Mordian. I'm gonna fucking kill you. It's like, no, just calm down. Okay. That's no chat. Thank you for super chat. Don't forget with the video. Don't worry, I won't do, mate. I won't do. I'll do my own analysis first, but then I can see if it what someone else says relates to what I'm saying. But yeah. But yeah, don't worry, I've not forgotten Blackstone Chapter Master. Ishmael, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. I don't think it's a style, it's the vibe. The first trailer has no brutality, no soul, vibes and flavor. Is that makes 40k. It's the vibe check. I agree with that to a certain extent. I think the issue. Do you know what would have been the best thing they could have done? They should have remade the Dawn of War 1 trailer, but with Primaris stuff. That's what they should have done. So the issue, because the Dawn of War, you know, because that would have really shown that's what they should have done. I mean, truth be told, yeah, that's what they should have done. They should have remade the Dawn of War 1 trailer, but had Primaris intercessors holding that line. You know, have like a heavy intercessor with the heavy bolter. Have a Redemptor Dreadnought come through the wall. Have have a repulsor getting blown up at the beginning. Yeah, I think that would have been a good trailer. Do you know one of the things? I don't know. I can't really explain it. To be fair, going back and reviewing the old gameplay has definitely made me more interested in the gameplay that I saw. I was very worried it looked like Dawn of War 3 gameplay, but I actually think it does look closer. It does look closer to Dawn of War 2 gameplay. It looks closer to Dawn of War 2, but Dawn of War 2 still looks a bit grittier. But no, but I'm more confident after seeing. This is why it's important to go back and look at other stuff. One thing I will say that sort of occurred to me, I don't know what it is, but looking at the Dawn of War 4 stuff, I don't know if it's the right term, but it feels a bit uncanny. It's weird. Units look a bit unnatural, a bit uncanny valley. Now, what do I mean by that? It looks like it's trying to be Warhammer 40k, the tabletop game, as a video game. So when we saw those Blade Guard running forward, they were in a 3-man squad. When we saw the Intercessors fighting, they were in a 5-man squad. When we saw the AdMech units fighting, they were the Trundle, the tractor bots were in a 3-man squad. There was now you might be like, but Mordian, of course, they're Warhammer 40k things fighting in a 40k game. No, it feels like someone's taken a 40k unit, like as in gameplay unit from the tabletop game, and plopped it into the game, but it doesn't. It feels strangely unnatural when I play Dawn of War. When I play the Dawn of War 1 and Dawn of War 2, I'm not playing with my 5-man intercessor box squad, but in a video game. My Imperial Guard squad comes as a starting strength of 9, not 10. Does that make sense? And like my tactical squad is in 5 to 9, starts off as 4 strong and goes up to 9 strong, and I can have 4 special weapons in there. It feels like the units are plopped into the game, not that the units are designed within the game. Does that make sense? So they feel slightly unnatural. It's really hard to describe, and I'm definitely not. If someone could do a better job of describing it than I, that would be great. But I hope I am making some kind of sense. But do you know what I mean? Like, there's a really, really big difference between. Taking a Space Marine and then like just plopping it into a game, and then building a game and building the units with the game. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's just slightly off. I don't know. Dawn of War 4 looks fine. But I'm not... I don't know. I'm not... It's not... Overall, it's a 3.6. Not great, not terrible. Overall, I think Dawn of War 4 looks fine. And there are some positive things that I've seen, but it's not completely blown me away. Which is wild considering how long we've waited for Dawn of War 4. That's kind of... I don't know. But let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Because it might just be me. Give me a second, boys. What do you think? There you go. Dexion's Gaming Corner. I know what you're saying. They forced the unit organization from 40k into the game instead of organically putting the units in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that the dev team is in touch with what Warhammer is. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what it is, I guess. It's very true to the tabletop game, I suppose. Kian, personally, everything I've seen in line seems in line with Dawn of War of the past, but it doesn't feel like Warhammer. I think, you know what? I've definitely not written the game off. I've definitely not written the game off. I'm in a wait-and-see mood. Let's put it this way. When Dawn of War Definitive Edition was announced, I was definitely going to buy it. And then when they released the shitty trailer, I was like, I'm probably not going to buy it. And then when they released the proper trailer, I was like, I'm definitely going to buy it again. Dawn of War 4, I've seen the trailer, and overall, I am open to the concept of buying the game, but it has not made me go, I'm definitely ordering this, pre-ordering it day one, no dramas. Like, if I compare this to Space Marine 2, I was definitely going to buy Space Marine 2. That was just without a doubt. I was definitely going to buy that. I saw the trailer. I saw everything about it. I was like, yes, 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 yes. I mean, that's a good point. It doesn't really compare to the Space Marine 2 trailer, does it? Yeah, I mean, that really is. That really is it, isn't it? you know what I think it is? The trailer jumps about too much. If you notice, all the good trailers just focus on one thing. They focus on telling a small story. And the bad trailers, they jump about. And you can't really follow what's going on. Dawn of War 1, you don't know what the fuck is you don't know what the fuck Warhammer is, but you can follow what's happening in the trailer. Dawn of War Dark Crusade, you don't know what the fuck Warhammer is, but you can follow what's happening in the trailer. Dawn of War 2, you might not know what the fuck Warhammer is, but you can follow what's happening in the trailer. Dawn of War 3 is bad because whilst it is beautiful, you don't really follow what the fuck is going on in the trailer. Dawn of War 4 is bad because that trailer is bad because you don't really, it doesn't focus on one thing, so if you can't really follow what's happening in the trailer. Space Marine, you might not know what the fuck Warhammer 40k is, but you can follow what happens in the trailer. It stays in one place. That's the big difference. Also, look how gritty this feels. The weapons feel... Ugh, it feels gritty. Grounded. And there's weight. Look at the Marine. Feel the weight behind those Marines. They move. For something that's completely made up, they move naturally. The Tyranids, something that's completely alien, they move how you would expect them to move. Feel that weight. Feel that power. The humans are do you see what I mean? It's not a Primaris thing. Because this is all Primaris, and I think this is great. Arguably the best Warhammer trailer. It's definitely equal to Dawn of War 1. So it's not a Primaris thing. It's not a Primaris thing. It's it feels something totally made up. It feels real. I think that's what it is. That's what it is. So it's not a Primaris thing. It's not everything old is always better than everything new. It's... Humans are quite good at detecting when something feels real or quite good at perceiving how something should move. And when something moves unrealistically, it can break the immersion instantly. And when something moves as you would expect it to move, even something that doesn't actually fucking exist, it's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah. A good example of this is like the first Jurassic Park movie. In fact, all the, all of the, not all the Jurassic Park movies, but we'll just stick with the first one. The first Jurassic Park movie, no one had seen anything like it before, but the dinosaurs moved like you would expect them to. How the hell do you know? How the hell do you know how a dinosaur is meant to move? How the hell do you know that a T-Rex moves the way it does? And it's big and it's lumbering, but as it picks up speed, it's fast. You've never seen one before. You've never seen a T-Rex before. No one has. But when you watch Jurassic Park 1, the T-Rex moves and it looks like it moves the way your caveman DNA tells you it should move. And the same with those Tyranids, the way those termagants move. They move how they don't exist, but you know that's how they move. You can't explain how, but you know that's how they move. And so I think that's what has thrown me slightly with some of the that's what I think was so bad about like Dawn of War 3 stuff. It's things that move how you would think they move. I think that's why Dawn of War 1 is good. I think that's why Dawn of War 2 is good. I think that's why Dawn of War 3 was bad. And I think it is... The jury's out on Dawn of War 4. I think some things moved the way I expected them to, and some things didn't. But I think overall, Dawn of War 4 looks fine. It looks fine. But we'll wait and see. It's not put me off the game. The trailer has not put me off the game. It's just not got me fucking hard for the game. Let's see what people are saying in the poll. And it seems that a lot of other people are like that as well. So 10% of people think it's bad. 12% of people think that it, yes, 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 oh my God. 23% of people think that it's pretty good. 53% of people think it's fine. So the majority of people think that it looks fine. So not negative, but just it's fine. Yeah. Not many people think it looks bad. But yeah. So yeah, I think Dawn of War 4 looks fine. It looks better than Dawn of War 3. You know what? It looks better than Dawn of War 3. That's not a very high bar, though. And it would have been nice if it looked better than Dawn of War 2. But we'll see. Dawn of War 2 was... Here's the thing, got to remember, though. Dawn of War 2 was greatly lambasted when it came out. We all look upon it favorably now. But when Dawn of War 2 was announced, everyone shat all over it because they got rid of the base building. So, yeah. What have we got here? Anonymous. We got an anonymous tip. You were ranting. Thank you for the support, man. You were ranting about GW not doing decent Dark collecting boxes earlier, but have you seen the Horse Heresy team is going to do for damage control? I'm guessing. I sent you a link and a message to your DM. Had to say they do look really good. I have seen the new. I have seen the new Narrow. I knew it was Narrow. No, I have seen the new Horus Heresy boxes. I think they look really good. Look. Horus Heresy might turn the franchise around. And I have said from day one that I will be keeping an eye on Heresy 3.0. And if after a time it looks good, then I will get into it. You know what? I'm not buying into 3.0, but I'm not closing the door. I've left a gap open. I've left the light on. I've left the light on at home for it. You know, if they get it to a point where the game is genuinely good, I'll give it a go. Yeah. All right, what have we got here? Commander HHL, thank you so much for the double support, baby. Commander HHL. Jenny Bratz, thanks. I'm using my Google credit here. Wait, so can you use Google? Can you use Google money for super chats? Because I'm just saying, if someone can walk me through that, I will definitely fucking shill the fuck out of that. So what, you use like Google points or something, and I guess use super chats. What the fuck even is a Google point? What even is a Google point? I'm gonna have a look. Google points, YouTube, super chats. Super chats with Google Play balance. Oh, I know. How to send a super chat using Google Opinion rewards. What's Google Opinion? Google Opinion Rewards. Google Opinion Rewards is a loyalty program developed by Google. It was initially launched as a survey mobile app for Android and iOS developed by Google. The app allows users to answer surveys and earn rewards. On Android, users earn Google Play credits, which can be redeemed by buying paid apps from Google Play. Oh. Because I use Google app for payments on YouTube. Ah, so then you get points for doing so, and then interesting. Money really is just fucking made up at this point, isn't it? It doesn't mean anything. It's all an illusion. It's quite worrying. So yeah, anyone got any Google points? Bung them up my asshole. I love you long time. I want to say a big thank you to Commander HHL. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the Giga Chat. All I'm going to say is Tactical Guard trailer was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at the Tactical Guard trailer. There's a Adeptus Custodes trailer. I don't see a guard trailer. Wait, what's this? Is this?
Whose authority?
Captain Fairburn. We are to hold this position until further notice.
The dome is empty. Now move on.
Forgive me, my lord. Perhaps there was a... No, no, no. We have our orders.
It's not what I thought it was, but it's fine. Guard versus Orcs. Okay. Oh, wait, you mean the Warhammer Suppressor? Do you mean this one?
Command. Vigilant. Day 1. I deploy our 1st regiment. Morale is high, but could always improve. Day 7. We join forces with the Adeptus Astartes. Day 12. Together, we drive back the heretics
Reporting
in the
for
north.
duty, sir.
Day 13. The strength of our forces has attracted some unwanted attention. Day 15. I sacrificed 21 regiments in a diversion attack. Day 17. Our allies sell their lives dearly in battle with the orcs. Day 19. Our covert operations cripple the most powerful orc faction, luring their own allies to turn against them.
That's cool.
Across Vigilus, our armies drive the enemy back. For the first time, men whispered of hope, even of victory. But I am certain this was only the beginning.
Yeah, so look at that trailer. It's for a fucking mobile game. A fucking alien. Yes, you get that. Let me know if you get that reference. Yeah. It's yeah, that's pretty good. Because you can follow what's happening. Like, yeah, it jumps about a bit, but you're following a story. Whereas Dawn of War 4 trailer is a bit of exposition dump. Like I said, Dawn of War 4 is fine. It's totally, totally fine. It's just it's just flawed. It's just fine. Was that Predator 2? It was Predator 2. A fucking alien. There you go. Oswald, my boy. Oswald, thank you for the super chat, man. Reinforcements from the motherland in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Oh my god. Yes. Fucking yes. I got home and the mammoth was here. Washed up and put it together first thing. I've magnetized all my turrets now to prime. Heads up, when you go to build yours, the handrail was a pain in the ass, but I started in the back and glued the 2 points down, let it dry. Then worked on the front one side at a time, letting each dry before moving to the next. 100% worth it though, and so happy I got it. Now Val 4 is ready, and I believe I completed my Conflict 47 Soviets. Once my other Cossack shows up Monday, also made of the flag. Can I get points for it in TTC? Let's have a look. Oh, what a beast. What a beast. It's a beaut. So is that all one piece? So what you're saying is did you do like those two and then dry and then bent the next one round and then the next? So you glued the two at the back and then once they were really glued in and sufficiently like they're not going to break off, you bent the railing round one way, glued it in, glued it in, glued it in, and then bent the railing around the other way, glued it in, glued it in, glued it in. Is that how you did it? Yeah. What a fucking beast. I didn't know it came with so many different turret options. That's cool as fuck. Nice. Nice. Look at it. It's a fucking mammoth, man. That's cool. That's so cool. Wow. It's a big bitch. It's a big old bitch. Nice. I'll give you 10 points for the flag if you want. You can have the same as a battle mech. You can get 20 points for it. There you are. Just put the same effort in as you did to the last one, and you can have 20 points for it. That's cool, man. It just has 4. Oh, so why did you magnetize then? Just for storage purposes. Fair enough. I'm gonna glue mine in. Oh man. Nice, bro. That's cool. Is that the Ompulet team or whatever it is? That's cool. Yeah. So you got the bomb dogs and AT rifle and the Ompulet launcher and the MMG and the medium mortar. And you've got the command. You've got radio guy, medic, 1 officer, 2 officer. And then you've got the 5 additional Siberian terror troops. And then you've got the mammoth. Yeah. You know when I bought my Siberian terror troops, it came with 6 models. It came with 6 models, but only 5 SMGs and 5 knives. And the knives that it came with were all for one hand. The SMGs were mixed up. The knives were all for one hand. So I had to like have knives that were like wrong and all. There was a completely balked kit. But I got an extra. So I've got guys where like it's upside down, but the knife is sticking up, but it has to be the way because it's not the right hand if you have it the right way up, if that makes sense. So yeah. That's what I noticed. I don't know if it was just me. Both that were like yours as well. Did you have to how did you do it? Did you turn them upside down, or I just ended up just there's a few thumbs. There's a few thumbs on the bottom. I just was like, it's a side effect of the antifreeze. But yeah, I got an extra guy, so I gave him a pistol and a knife from the Firefly set because like fuck it. Yeah, it's a bit of a balked kit, isn't it? But I got it from Wayland and it was 20% off, so can't complain. Nice. That's cool, man. Yeah. Nice. Oh my god. Ozroth. Not Ozroth, Mark of Taliban. What is this? Oh my fucking god. Oh, dearie, dearie, dearie me. Kickstarter, Union of the Lost Sons. 2 factions, over 200 plus STLs. Red Alert 2. What? I'm sorry, Warlord Games, but I won't need any more of your models. Oh, man. That's very, very interesting. Yeah. Seems people are starting to, seems there's some cool, yeah, there's some cool, it's alien bugs. So it's not quite Red Alert, but it's Red Alert 2 versus Tyranids seems to be the vibe, which is pretty fucking incredible. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Got a 3D printer, you'll be all right. Oh my days. Oh. Oh. Well, we've caught up on our super chats, and we have caught up on we've caught up on our super chats, and we've caught up on everything extreme discussion. We've looked at all of the trade. Oh no, we haven't. It was narrow. What was it? What was it you want me to look at? What was it, man? I'll look at it now. What was it called? You were Dust Front, right? Okay. Interesting. It's like cell shaded graphics, but I'm okay with that. Don't mind cell shaded at all. It's a very interesting art style. I'm not against it at all. Look at that. Feel the... Oh, there's aliens in it as well. Oh, man. So we've got Tyranids. We've got bugs. I mean, of course it's grimdark. It's fucking Soviet. The whole of the most grimdark thing was the Soviet Union. Okay, well that was really interesting. Narrow, that was a good shout. It's on Steam right now. 1 minute. It's not available, but it's wish listable. When's it coming out? No idea. Dustfront is a classic RTS with elements of grand strategy, procedural world, and non-linear campaign. The action takes place on a planet devastated by many wars and upheavals, where under a thick layer of soot and concrete buried remnants of humanity's former might. Army creation, arsenal of tanks, aviation, infantry, and vehicles of various purposes. base construction, resource gathering, factories for the production of vehicles, refining minerals, and barrack storage cities. All buildings are important on the global map as well. Procedural. Missions are combined with procedural map generation and external rules. Challenge. Asymmetrical gameplay. Battles with an enemy's superior number and strength. Global map. There will be no peace on Earth while the Empire's enemies roam it. Countless mutants, robots with far superior technology, rebels attacking us from the rear, and conspiracies we know nothing about. Do we have anyone more loyal than the army, or do we have no allies at all? In the game, you will discover the value of your power on the global map. So it's like Dark Crusade kind of thing. Global economy, mining production within territories affects the economic situation strategic mode. Events in the captured regions use happens in which you will participate through mini dialogues. Merchants with resources and mercenaries unique units can also appear. Simultaneous planning and towards movement. Major actions take place in the next turn. You need to plan actions in advance and anticipate any maneuvers to be in the right place at the right time. It looks interesting. Definitely want to keep an eye on. Definitely want to keep an eye on. Yeah. What else have they done, or is it their only game? It's their only game. Okay. Fair play. Yeah. Interesting. I will keep an eye on it. I will keep a close, beady, wary eye on it. Oh, man. Hey, did they remaster Space Marine?
Peggy 18.
No. No. Yeah, Space Marine 1. Technically remastered, but apparently bag of shit. Okay, fair. It's what I call grimdark. Yeah, definitely grimdark. All right. Tell you what, boys. You know what? We've been eating good. We've been eating good recently. We've been eating good. Dawn of War 4 announced. Dawn of War Definitive Edition. Helldivers 2 Halo crossover. There's been some good. So, there's been some positive news in the digital Warhammer space. Dawn of War 4 release. Dawn of War 4 release was, it is an exciting time. It is exciting. I think it's so difficult. It is very difficult making a Dawn of War game because, like, the first one was just so good. It's very, very, you're constantly in. 1 minute. You're constantly in that shadow. That's the biggie, isn't it? Oh, do you say there was more information? Was it from the Milk and Cookies guy? Don't tell me that. Don't even joke, Joe Camel. Don't even joke. Right.
We have fought.
110
Okay.
decade since the last sequel in the Dawn of War series, and in the wake of what many saw as a complete and utter disappointment with the third game in the trilogy, a new developer and publisher have taken the reins and will be forging a new future for this famous RTS setting. Warhammer 40k is returning to its rightful home, and with any luck may herald a return to form after the very fun and satisfying Dow 1 Definitive that released just last week. Things are popping off, and there is a lot of juicy information to cover, so let's get cracking.
All right.
Deep Silver and King Art Games, who developed Iron Harvest, are returning to Dawn of War's roots with a fourth.
I'd say Iron Harvest was a bag of shit. Iron Harvest was such an undercooked, missed opportunity. I was so disappointed. They charged fucking AAA prices for a game that released with like 3 multiplayer maps and like 1 campaign. It was a fucking joke.
Starting factions, 4 story campaigns totaling more than
Such a
70
letdown.
missions, all fully playable in co-op mode, 110 customizable units, many of them with multiple upgrade paths and weapon selections, an army painter, last stand, a full
It might have got better, Black Zone Chapter Master, after release, but on day one release, it was such a joke. I refunded it, and I never refund games, ever.
And the Ahriman series, amongst many other novels and short stories set in 40K. All of that is coming, and already there is a big departure happening here, because instead of the standard trifecta of Eldar, Orcs, and Space Marines on day one that we've seen in so many other games, the starting factions will be the Adeptus Mechanicus, making their Dawn of War debut in binary discourse.
That's a big deal, yeah.
Awoken from their long slumber and ready to purge the galaxy with Gauss, Space Marines, and Orcs.
See, it's funny because we naturally assume that the Admech are going to be fighting the Eldar, but I believe in both gameplay portions of the trailer, in the gameplay portion of the trailer, we only ever see the Admech versus the Orcs. We see the Orc base being attacked by the Admech, and we see this bit where the Orcs are fighting the Admech.
Those are your 4. For the campaign,
That would be a big fuck up if it's not even Admech versus Orc. Admech versus Netcons.
As Scout Sergeant Cyrus has been promoted to Company Captain, and Chief Librarian Jonah Orion and Warboss Gorguts make their return alongside a new cast of characters. Every campaign, from the Admech to the Necrons, will have full-blown CGI intros and animated cutscenes. And probably one of the most important pieces of information right here, sync kills are back, baby, and this system is going to be unlike anything we've seen in this series before. If you aren't aware, sync kills are these over-the-top and flashy matched combat animations where a unit will kill another one in a particularly brutal and spectacular way.
Nice.
Like the Dreadnought picking up an Orc boy, smashing him with his power fist, and flaming its pulverized remains at point-blank range. A Wraith Lord skewering a poor Gretchen and tossing him high into the air, or a Tyranid Hive Tyrant bisecting a Space Marine and feasting on his gene seed. Well, that system was abandoned in Dawn of War 3, much to the despair of the player base at large.
So
now coming
bad.
back in a big way. Not only are we getting these epic 1v1 kill animations between a wide variety of different choices, but these will be occurring throughout the course of melee combat for every model in a squad, across every unit and unit matchup in the game, in this dynamic dance that will see Space Marines and Orcs tackling each other to the ground, wrestling, and dispatching one another at point-blank range in brutal ways, diving to avoid fire, and generally just behaving much more dynamically.
They should dial down the bullet. The bullets are too bright. I know it sounds silly, but the bullets, I think the bullets are too bright, and that's making the game looking kind of cartoony.
Than we've seen in previous DAO games. We can see snippets of this in the gameplay and trailer. There's a Canoptic Spider locked in melee with a Dreadnought, and you can see it kind of latch itself to the Dread's arm before using some grav tech to swing around to its back and attack it from the rear. And in another situation, you can see a Dreadnought crush an Orc Slugger Boy, immediately grab another one while a third latches onto its Power Claw, and he crushes both simultaneously.
Yeah, that's good.
The devs are calling it some of the most spectacular melee combat in any RTS, which, I mean, of course they are. Always take these early previews with a grain of salt, but if it works how they say it's going to work, this could add
That's
a level of
in the
cinematic
trailer,
combat unlike anything
but not
in
the
this
gameplay
franchise.
trailer. That's why it's the gameplay part of it, Joe.
You know, that makes
But
me
yes,
Mordian
in
and
the
possessed Emperor
in the
short
animated
CSL.
bit, yeah.
This feature alone could take replays and YouTube cinematic battle reports to the next level, which is a fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. He did do it in the
game and get more
animated bit,
eyes
but not the
on
gameplay
to
bit.
help foster a larger community. So the emphasis here with Dawn of War 4 is undeniably on scope and scale. They're trying to hit every single core element that makes a good RTS game and just stuff it full with content to deliver a complete experience for single player.
Interesting. Knights are in there.
Co-op PvE, all on day one, which is obviously incredibly ambitious, but it's refreshing to hear, and I wouldn't have it any other way. One of the biggest complaints about Dawn of War 3 was its esportsification, that although it did have a campaign, the feature set and general emphasis was pushed into making the multiplayer as competitive as possible, which came at the expense of
That looks good.
like Last Stand and Sync Kill animations.
See, that doesn't look cartoony.
Obviously, there's
That doesn't look cartoony. That looks good.
Multiplayer game modes in DAO 4, but they realized that for a lot of people, great campaigns with cinematics and PvE are the brick and mortar of the experience, the foundation
There
of
you
what
go.
makes a good
There you
RTS
go.
game. If they can nail that element in the multiplayer and co-op
There's
mode,
some
should
really,
develop
really
the
good
fast
bits
track
in it.
to
There's
be
some
natural.
really, really good bits in
Again,
it. There's just a
super
couple of
tall
bits
order
which are a
here,
little
piecemeal, fall
cartoony,
into place,
which I think they
and
need
as
to.
always, you should
Well, I
approach
would
with some
prefer if
healthy
they.
skepticism, but it sounds like King Art wants to
Like that
return to the
orc.
series'
That
roots
orc
and push
really
RTS
bothers me. He
back
looks
on the map,
fucking
and
stupid.
it's
That
coming at
orc.
such an opportune time with the success of Dawn of War Definitive and other RTS games, which is a genre as a whole right now seems to be undergoing a bit of a renaissance at the moment. As
The
someone who
fat
grew up
orc
with
shooting
Age
his
of Empires
fucking
2,
slugger in the
Civilization,
air
Anno
just looks
1602,
fucking stupid.
Caesar, StarCraft, and Shogun Total War. This makes me very
But then this bit
happy.
all looks great.
A lot of confirmed units here. You can see glimpses of many of them in battle in the trailer and screenshots.
They look great.
Necron
Those
warriors,
orcs don't look
Immortals,
stupid.
Lich Guard,
That looks great.
Small-Pack destroyers, the Canoptek Doomstalker,
Stupid chin guy
Super
looks
Spiders, and Scarabs
Necron.
are all there for the Necron tier.
Do you know what it is? It's units which look goofy as fuck in 40k look goofy as fuck in this game. Because they've taken the units from 40k and tried to put them into a fucking game. So that's why Redemptive Dreadnought doesn't look goofy, looks great, awesome. And then you've got stupid fucking giant goatee man for the Necrons, and he looks stupid as fuck. It's like the goofy 40k units look goofy in Dawn of War.
You got Dreadnought.
That's what it is.
Veterans, intercessors, eradicators with
The good
meltas,
units look good.
submarines,
The good from
presumably a large chunk of the current Primaris roster
the
for
good
Space
units
Marines.
from
This game
40k
does
look
seem
good in
quite
this
current
game.
in terms of its unit
The
selection.
goofy units in
I think the,
40k
Necron
look
Doomstalker was
goofy.
introduced in 9th. It's not in my 8th edition codex, so that gives us a very good indication
Yeah.
that it's almost certainly based on 9th or 10th edition as a game. And then we got Imperial Knights, Cataphrod Breachers, or Destroyers. I wasn't sure which one. Scorpius Disintegrator Tanks, Corpus Scari, Electro Priests, bunch of different AdMech units. On the key art, we have the Onager Dune.
I think that's this is the cartoony bit, isn't it? That looks. It reminds me of the tech priest from those like Warhammer Kids books that GW did at one point. And look at like that looks like it's been ripped straight from a mobile game. This I think it's this picture, you know. Honestly, I think the game is absolutely fine. Do you know what it is? I think the game is absolutely fine and is going to be totally okay. You know, looking back at how the Dawn of War 3 Marines moved, the Dawn of War 4 Marines didn't really move like that. Like, not even, you know, the Assault Intercessors maybe a little bit with the big jump, but no. It's not the game actually seems fine. It's just this fucking art that they've gone for here just looks like something from a fucking kids game, like a mobile game. That's the problem. Yeah. Yeah, like the gate, the
Crawler, I think that's a Sicarian Rust Stalker. Like, there's so much cool shit here. I think the Dragoons are probably in the game as well.
I think the in-game stuff looks fine, and that's all that really matters. That's all that really matters. The in-game stuff look like that. Look, that actually Grimdark doesn't mean everything has to be really, 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 really dark. Like, I'm totally okay with this. Orc building looks ramshackle as fuck. Battle wagon looks, you know, like it should do. Look at this. It's like my face is in the way, actually. Let me just turn myself off 1 second. Look at this thing down here. It's like a tent made out of a squig jaw. Like, this all looks fine. The in-game stuff, I think, is okay. Yeah. I think the in-game stuff is okay. It's like this looks a bit weird. You know, like that. This guy looks a bit weird.
Death Dreads,
yeah.
Boys, Squig Hog Boy, Cavalry,
Tone the guns are a little. The tracer rounds are a little too bright on the guns. Tone those down just slightly.
Almost certainly not to the level of, like, I don't know, the Beastmen.
And I think you'll be all right.
After Silence and Fury, it's probably not going to be the entire codex represented.
That looks great.
Each faction or anything.
Grimdark as fuck.
There are some inspired picks here, and if the exotic.
Hey, look at that. 1 minute, you can't see it. My face is in the way again. Look at that. I see base. I see buildings. I see requisition points. I see power points. It looks kind of like Dawn of War 2. It looks kind of like Dawn of War 2, you know, and that map looks, you know, that map looks pretty 40k. See, that bit looks good. No, the orc skin is like bright, but not too bright. See, that's okay.
Is included, we're probably getting many or most of the major core hits as well. But yeah, you'll be hearing about the Space Marines and Orcs much more in depth tomorrow because I have played Dawn of War 4. We'll go more in depth with unit functionality, features, and mechanics.
These guys played it.
Time. But from a visual perspective, I'm actually surprised that
Did he has?
I have played Dawn of War 4. We'll go more in depth with unit functionality, features.
So this guy has played it. He has had early access to it.
But from a visual perspective, I'm actually surprised that it kind of looks like Dawn of War 3 a bit, and with that glossy sheen,
yeah,
contrast and saturation. It's not really a critique. I don't have any real issue with the graphical side of things at the moment. Just an observation that maybe y'all don't
was
agree
it?
with.
Fair.
But it did surprise me a bit because it seems like they're trying to distance themselves from DAO 3 in every way possible, which is a fairly logical approach, right?
Yeah.
But on the art and graphical side, it looks more like 3 than it does DAO 1 or DAO 2. Almost certainly, some or most of that just comes down to 3 being a more modern game. It came out much more recently. But yeah, I'm curious what y'all think of the art, sound design, trailer, and all the reveals thus far. There will be lots more to talk about tomorrow. Hope you're excited. I certainly am. And I'll see you all in the next video.
All right. Yeah, that was... I think that was a pretty good... That was interesting. Yeah, vehicles, someone pointed out in the comments, the vehicles do look quite big, which is good because vehicles often don't look big enough. Yeah. Yes, Nico, day in the core. It's like a day on the farm. If we meet a banquet, we pledge a fortune in formation of parade. I love the core. I love the core. There we are. Yeah, I think, you know what, overall, yeah, Jones McKee. New Grey Knight Law is done, bro. I mean, it is. Yeah, the new Grey Knight Law is done. Yeah, the thing is, right, there's so much 40k out there now. In every different way. So you get some good stuff and some bad stuff. Yeah. Like, for every good thing that 40k has going for it, there's a bad thing that happens as well. That's why I think we get so much drama now. That's why I think we get so much drama with 40k, because for every good thing that's out there, the reason I think we get so much drama for 40k now is because so many people are playing it. So every day there's an opportunity for someone to make a big fucking drama llama go on. Yeah. Oh yeah, the data slate's coming out. The data slate's coming out tomorrow, apparently, which will be interesting. Honestly, truth be told, all this Dawn of War, all this Dawn of War 4 talks made me really want to go and play Dawn of War 1. Oh. You know what? No matter how many times it's been, how long has it been since, how long has it been since Primaris Marines came out? It was the launch of 8th edition, wasn't it? Warhammer 40k 8th edition release date 2017. 8 years. It's been 8 years since Primaris Marines released. I've had 8 years of them, pushing out many different, of GW producing many different kinds of Primaris Marine, from regular intercessors to assault intercessors to heavy intercessors to Gravis Marines. And I can, after 8 years, I have come to the conclusion. I've made my mind up. The Primaris helmet looks shit. That's it. You know what? That's it. It's not the whole armor. It's not the whole armor. It's just the helmet. That's all it is. They just need to put the old helmets back on. And if they do that, I'll probably accept Primaris. Yeah. That's it. That's all. Yeah, that's it. So you're saying you don't like Mark IV Marines? I don't like Mark IV Marines.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Not a fan. When I was building my firstborn Black Templars, I did use some of the Mark IV Marines, but I almost because they were cheaper. But I pretty much universally upgraded them with the Black Templar upgrade sprue, the old one, which was amazing. Yeah, but no, you're right. I think the Mark IV Marines are the worst of the firstborn armor. I think the best one is the Mark VII. The grill one. I think Mark VII interspersed with Mark VI is the best look. I think pure Mark VI, too many B keys. Too much of a good thing. B keys are great, but you can have too much of a good thing. I think the Mark II Marines look and Mark III Marines look great, but they look great in Heresy. No, they look great, but they don't. They look great. There's no real drama there. They look great. I've only ever seen them in Heresy, but they look great. No drama there whatsoever. I just think Mark VII, man. I think Mark VII is it's just good. Mark VII mixed with Mark VI, I think, is the best look. That's honestly, GW should just do that. They should just be like, fuck it. We tried, but no. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Well, I'm glad you like my song. I wrote most of it on my anniversary vacation because I have no breaks. Dude, you're a man committed to the cause, and I hope Mrs. Cosmic has forgiven you. I do look forward, Kate. I'm excited for Congo, so I'll probably get back to work on my model stuff now. Hey, there you go, man. But Cosmic, we need more Congo songs. We need more Conflict 47 songs. It was really, really, really good, and I want more, Cosmic. Come on, Cosmic. We need one. We need one more. Just one. Come on, you can just one more, please. Sucky, long time. I'm not saying you have to do it right away. I'm a patient man. I'll wait. I'm just saying, as long as I know it's in the future and it's in the Beat Lab, as it were. It's in the Beat Lab. As long as I know that, then that's okay. That's all right. No rush. Yeah, as long as you've got some ideas and we know they're in the Beat Lab, that's okay. But Cosmic, I'm not lying to you, but I didn't think anything would beat Blood Pact. Shattered Faith got close. Cosmic. But I think that New Song might be your best work yet. Scum was very good as well. I really like, my top 3 was Blood Pact, Shattered Faith, and Scum. But that one might have just made the top slot, man. It might have just made it. It's certainly your best Conflict 47 song. No, but on a serious note, it's very, very good. I really enjoyed that. Yeah. Cosmic, man. But yeah, of course, do model stuff as well. Of course, I'm just saying, like, as long as we know on the horizon there's some of that sweet, sweet cosmic-y goodness, that's all right. Yeah, and don't force it. If you want, as you said, you want the quality, you want to keep the quality going forward. So yeah, don't force it. Just take the time. Time comes from something done well. Quality comes from something done well. Taking the time over it is worth it. Cosmic, do you want me to just a shout out? Do you want me to send it over to Warlord? They might not do anything with it, but they might find it interesting. It might get included in a newsletter. I'm just saying, if you want, I can send it to them, and you might get a little shout out or something for it. See if they get a kick over. I don't think they'll ban you for life, man. I think no. I honestly, Warlord are, how to put this? They're great, but they're not like the most how should we say it? Like the most. It's gonna blow their fucking minds. Like that technology has gone that far. It's gonna blow their fucking minds, man. And they're gonna be like, "What is this magic?" All right. I think it's gonna be. Yeah. I think it might give them a bit of an inkling about how excited people can get for their game. Yeah. Cosmic, you're not, dude. Cosmic, you are the Cosmec, the musical magician. You are a creator, Cosmic. You create mad models, you create mad lore, and you create mad music. Yeah. Nice. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Problem, sir? Why, yes. In stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Sir, we have been invited to a masquerade ball in Hive Primus here on Golden Peaches. Imperial events being what they are, we have access to the best and brightest of the planet. They'll be serving the drinks and canapes. The guests will be a collection of scumbags, backstabbers, and degenerates that we know as Imperial and trading nobility. This presents some problems. The cold trade factors have reached out to suggest we mingle and work to influence the administration to open up trade approval for the currently banned Deep South Back Passage. A warp gate route of deep dread to miners in the sector. Do we work this angle? Always work the back passage. You always work the back passage, man. No questions asked. We have not heard yet from the Penal Legion on an arrival time for the mercenary independent contractors. When I comm them again, all I got was Mad Larkin on the Vox providing insults, invitations for my female relatives to date him, pictures of his bathing suit area, and speculation that Colonel Tiki is in fact bricks in disguise. This increases the risk of attending this function. Brilliant. That's very Mad Larkin. Finally, there is Sister Persephone. She continues to advocate for my continued scourging at the convent in order to keep me on the straight and narrow as she sees it. I suggested that I have nothing straight and narrow about me. She took that as a reference to my penis and is not talking to me. I mean, is she wrong, though? Is she wrong? Yeah, I need to convince her to come, if only for my personal protection. What do I do? She's clearly in a mood for a bit of scourging. You could tell her there are many people at this ball that will need some scourging. Scourging and purging, baby. Scourging and purging. Sister Persephone is used to undercover work. She'll get it. She'll get it. It'll be all right. You know. There you go. Fuck's sake. Oh my god. That's a hell of a punch, that is. Nice. All right. Nice. What do we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Squigger Sean. Squigger Sean, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Squigger Sean. Totem Crotch Commander. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your customary support. Always comes in with an extra squad of members. Always supports in a big way. Squigger Sean, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastard. And I will raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and some might even say a squig herder. There we are. Delicious, toothsome, and nutritious. Let's have a look here. Nice. All right. What time is it? I'm shooting for 5 hours. Okie dokie. Ugh. Well. Big stretch. Question for chat. We've covered all the Dawn of War stuff. We've touched upon quite a lot of 40k, and we've actually gone quite a long time without wanking off Congo 47. Conflict 47. Now you've got me saying it, Cosmic. I'm just saying. We are at a fork in the road. We could continue chatting bollocks, or we could go to a bit of a hobbying after party. I'm just saying, I've got some fireflies. I've got a linebacker that needs painting. Sounds like bedtime. Well, I need to do some painting anyway, because I've got to paint like a motherfucker if I'm going to be, on the hope that Warlord Games sends me the rules tomorrow. They've got until 4 o'clock, not 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock on Thursday to send me the points that I need. It's getting desperate, man. I've asked, and they're like, well, we might get them ready in time. I'm like, just do it. Give me the early access, please. Oh, man. I am desperate. We'll see. Yeah. Dawn of War. I quizzed at the Dawn of War logo. You said it made it feel too cartoony. Sent any better? Let's have a look. Where did you send it? I don't have it in my DMs. I'll keep an eye out for it. It might just be coming down the pipes. It might just be coming down the pipes. Right, I'm going to... Morty, we're not forking the road. You must do hovering with Thursday. Get your ass in there and pay up some fireflies. And a linebacker. Blow steam whistle. 1 sec. Hiccup there. In a minute. No worries. I tell you what. Let me nip for a quick wee and grab a drink. And then why don't we have a look at what we're doing here, boys? That does for an RTS game just look good. Boom. Good. Oh, 1 minute. There's a collection of data slate rumors. The collection of data slate rumors is Death Guard get a hard nerf. Thousand Suns. Sorry, hard nerf is Death Guard, Thousand Suns, Chaos Knights, Imperial Knights. Soft nerf is Space Wolves, Ultras, GSC, AdMech, Blood Angels. Buffs and nerfs is World Eaters. Soft buff, Necron, Nids, Chaos Space Marines, Guard, Dark Angels. Bigger buff, Orcs. There are some points rumors. Beast Boss on Squig down 20 points. Mozrog down 20 points. Snickrot down 20 points. Mega Boss down 10 points. Mega Knobs down 3 points a model. Bikes down 5 points. Shock Attack Gun Mech down 5 points. Flash Kits down 10 points. Death Guard points rumors. Putrefier up 10. Death Shroud up 20. Flamer Drones up 10. Gun Drones up 20. Blightspawn up 15. Lord of Contagion up 10. Lord of Virulence up 10. Haulers up 10. PBC up 15. Poxwalkers up 5. Taliman up 10. Typhus up 10. World Eaters. Calm up 15. Angron down 25. Spawn up 10. 8-bound down 15. Exalted 8-bound down 20. Forge Fiend up 20. T-Suns. Master up 10. Magnus up 15. Mutilate the Vortex Beast up 15. Rubrics up 5. Sorcerer up 10. Bow Goats up 30 for 6. 10 up 10 for 3. Shaman up 5. Coven Storm Enhancement up 10. The Guard, Rogel Dawns seem to be going up 10 points. I bet that's the Rogel Dawn commanders. I bet Rogel Dawns go up 10 points. I don't think they'll touch the regular commander. Leonta's down 20, Ghost down 10. And then Knights, Lancer, Atropos up 45, Abominator, Despoiler up 30, Canis up 50, all of the big ones up 20, Armadors and Dogs up 15. Yeah. My big hunt is getting bigger. That's nice. Dawn, if they put the Dawn Commander up 10 points, I'll fucking laugh because it's not even the good one. The Dawn Commander is going to get shot in the fucking head so that the Lehman Mustang Commander can continue to be the better choice. I hope the Dawn Commander goes up 10 points, but the regular Dawn doesn't, because that would definitely just be like, okay, then that's fine. Leonta's going down 20 points is big. Yeah. Leonta's going down 20 points is big. It's not enough, though. If those are the changes, it's not enough. We'll see, though. We'll see. For Guard, I think Guard aren't in a bad place. We're just in a boring place. That's all it is. Like, there's loads of stuff that Guard can do, but it's just every list is based. There's not much variety in lists at the moment. There's just some very obvious, clear, winners and better ways of running stuff. I think they need, truthfully, I think they should, even if it's just for 3 months, and they should say, look, they need to be better at communicating. Mordian, if these are to change, it's our first buff since July of last year. I guess they finished kicking the dog. Yeah, that's true. It's been. Is that true, Bad Rabbit? I feel like we've had. I guess Bridgehead got twatted. Might be right. Yeah, no wonder I'm feeling fucking off about 40k. I keep fucking with the Guard. They've just been fucking with the Guard constantly, and now I'm just like, yeah. I think what they should do is they should do a Warhammer community post being like, we're going to try something for 3 months, and then we're going to see what the feedback is. And they should be like, we're going to take Deep Strike away. We're going to take Deep Strike away from Scions and revert the points down. Really revert the points down to what they were. And then we're going to give them back the +1 to wound. And so the idea is, and we're even going to give a small points decrease to things like Torox Primes and stuff. And the idea is going to be that we want to see if our original vision works, and we want to see if you guys are actually on board with the idea of like Aquilans being the deep strike guys and Scions being the motorized guys. But it's only a 3-month change, and then we'll take the feedback on board. And if people want to keep with that, we will do. If they don't, we won't. And that would be a really cool way of doing it. Because I said that I wasn't that bothered about Scions losing deep strike. It was, if they didn't, they were going to get fucking nerfed into the ground, and look what happened. Yeah. But yeah, the problem with Guard right now is that for a faction that's meant to be infinitely have an infinite number of choices, and is, you know, many regiments drawn from a million different worlds, it's kind of fucking wild that every list is either like a dozen tanks. Every list is like a dozen tanks, or like 80 infantry and like 4 tanks. Or, you know, that's basically it. It would be nice if there was a bit more variety, I suppose. Because you can take variety, but there's not much point in taking variety because there's some obviously better choices. That's what I think it is. Like, it's not that you can't take variety. Like, the options are there, but because it's late stage competitive 40k, if you aren't taking the most optimized thing, then it just, you're playing with one arm tied behind your back. That's what it is. That's all we're just in late stage 40k, man. Late stage 40k. So I want 11th. I'd be fine if they dropped like 11th edition like now. 2-year cycle, baby. 3-year cycle takes too long. Getting that 2-year cycle. But no. Do you know what it is? I do need to go for a wee in a moment. I said this the other day in another stream, but what it is for me is it feels like in 40k you can't just take something because it's cool, because if you take something because it's cool, you'll just be left in the dirt. And I feel like that is a problem that is unique to 40k. Because I play a lot of other games other than 40k now, and when I buy a unit for bolt action, I never buy a unit because I think it's good. I buy a unit for bolt action because I'm like, that's cool as fuck. Like, I bought a bunch of Hungarian tanks not because I thought they were good, because I thought they looked cool as fuck, and they were happened to be on 40% off. And like, obviously the 40% off is great, but it was the fact that I had my eye on these, and then they were on sale. I was like, well, it's rude not to. Do you know what I mean? And you know, with like Conflict 47, the rules aren't even out yet, and I'm buying things left, right, and center because I'm like, they just look good. They look great. And same with Old World. Like, I don't really give a fuck about what I take the armies that I want, and I take the units that I want. I don't ever pay attention to whether I think a unit is good or not. I take state. I was, proof is in the pudding. I took state troops well before they became buffed, and now I'm just like, sweet, I'm taking state troops. They're a bit better now. Yeah. So we're just in 40k is we're in this state, we're in this sort of like permanent arms race that sort of competitive play sort of generates. But 40k has always been more like this. I think the reason why a lot of other games don't have this is because a lot of people that populate these other games are either ex-40k players or people that know what 40k is like. So they're like, we don't want that to happen here, kind of thing. So there's an element of community policing that you just don't have in 40k. I think there's an element of that. And I also think that there is an element of 40k gets figured out very quickly. So a codex will be released or a balance patch will hit, and really within 24 to 48 hours, it's 80% of the useful information has been analyzed and disseminated amongst the community. You just don't have that in other games. Like, it just, the information overload, the wealth of knowledge just isn't there. You just have to figure things out for yourself. And when you look at I mean, Godlike Poet, you just dropped into. I don't know if you were here the whole time, man, but you just sort of chatted in there for a moment. Godlike Poet, go through your new Armies of Germany book and how many fucking units have you got available? You've got more armored car choices than you do have entire units in your Sisters of Battle army. Do you know what I mean? So there's so many different choices. It's like, and there's no one out there telling you which ones are the good ones and which ones are the less good ones. So you're like, well, I might as well just go with the ones that I think are good. And that's what everyone's doing. That's literally what everyone's doing. So because there's not like this dissemination of information out there that allows people to unlock like 80% of the efficiency, and then they just top up the last 20% with their own knowledge. It's the other way around. It's like 100% of it has to be like learned. And you know, if you just don't encounter something in your local meta, you just might not know if something is particularly good or particularly bad. Yeah. To be honest, the tank and armor car list for Germans are actually expressed. It's amazing, isn't it? And so many of them do the same thing, but they get different entries. Like when the Bolt Action Rulebook came out and all the armored cars were like consolidated, like under basically like 2 headings, I was like, yeah, sweet. But I do prefer they've passed them out. It was a little confusing. Like, take this and then upgrade this, and it means this one, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Biscuit, I think the new horse-headed combat trolls are great. Yeah, definitely. I think the Marine one is particularly good, and I think the Solar Auxilia one is. I think the Marine one is particularly good for 40k and 30k. I think the Auxilia one is decent for 30k and 40k, but for 40k you'll have to do some work on those Sentinels to get them to be appropriate for 40k Sentinels. Yeah. Godlike Poet, Almond Glory, honestly, I missed the early days of 10th when I'd listen to your streams and there'd be so many lists sent in and every single one was wildly different. Yeah, I mean, that's the best bit of an edition is when no one knows what the fuck they're doing. That's why I was quite miffed when I heard that the rumor for 11th edition is more 10.5. Because if it's just a continuation, then there's going to be nothing new to figure out, but there's going to be less new things to figure out. It doesn't necessarily mean we need like a hard reset, but I'm hoping it's more exciting than 10.5. I'm hoping it's more exciting than 10.5, for sure. I do have a controversial opinion. I'm gonna drop this controversial opinion, and then I'm going to go for a wee and let all of you guys go mental about it, and then I'll come back and explain myself. And then I might do an hour of hobbying at the end. Besides from Iron Harvest being a bad game, Blackstone Chapter Master, Iron Harvest on release, I don't know what its status is right now. I think that maybe post-release it got much better, but my understanding is everyone was very hyped for Iron Harvest. It released, everyone was like very disappointed, and then there was a bit of hard work put into it, but at that point it was a bit too late. That's my understanding. Right, I'm going to drop my controversial opinion. I'm not sure I like Old World Match Play Guide. I'm not sure. But we'll get to it in a minute. Go camel, I love it. Images. What kind of images? Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is the original. This is the original. Very bright. And then this is the sort of redone one. Just generally a bit darker. Yeah, it does look a little bit darker. I think it's it wasn't necessarily the color palette. It was more the art style. But I think this is, I can see what you're going for. You've darkened it down a little bit. Yeah, yeah. It's not bad at all. Step in the right direction for sure. Step in the right direction for sure. But it was more the color palette was a bit bright, but I've not really got anything against bright stuff. It was more the cartoony art style, yeah. So, let's talk about this thing. So I want to make one thing abundantly clear. I think that the 1.5 FAQ, the big old world FAQ that came out, is really, really good. I think the changes to magic and the changes to infantry especially were very, very needed. So old world 1.5 update slash, you know, the giga FAQ, fantastic. No complaints there. It's the match play missions which I'm not a fan of. Some of it's okay. I like the new deployment zones. So I like the new deployment zones. You've still got the classic upon the field of glory. That's just your set up and kill each other. You've then got King of the Hill, where you get an extra 100 points if you hold the hill. I like that. I think King of the Hill is better than Watchtower because I think, Watchtower, you can't move through it. It's like a bit of an impassable terrain, but fighting over a hill is pretty good. So scenario special. So that's what the map looks like for King of the Hill. So it's literally just a fucking hill and a slightly restricted deployment zone, literally 8 inches off each side. The hill. In the scenario, the hill can be controlled at the end of the turn by a single core unit that was within 9 inches of its center, the center of the battlefield. That has a unit strength of 10 or more. That is not fleeing and that has not succumbed to stupidity. So you can't hold the hill if you're stupid. See, I like that. If 2 or more airborne units within 9 inches of the center of the hill, the closest unit controls it. If 2 or more units are equally close to the center of the hill, the unit with the high unit strength controls it. However, if 2 or more eligible units that are equally close to the center of the hill and both have the same unit strength, the hill is contested. So I like that. The problem is I don't like the victory points. The player who controls the hill at the end of each player turn wins a bonus of 100 victory points. That's like 1,200 victory points up for grabs. It's mental. And you've got strategic location. So then you've got drawn battle lines. I think that's a big I like that deployment. I think it's a big improvement over the meeting engagement. But then you've got to have 3 strategic locations, objectives, and you generate 30 points a turn off them. So standing on circles. Like if you want to see, the book does detail like where strategic locations go and stuff. And look, like that's it. Just fucking circles on a map. And if you hold one, each one you hold at the end of a turn, you gain like 30 points. You get table, yeah. I don't like it. I don't like strategic locations. I don't like strategic locations at all. So that's the first thing I don't like. I don't like that the missions are all now. You can just rack up like cumulative points, like that, and I don't like secret missions. Squiggle, I'm not so bothered about the. I don't mind the rule, the list restrictions they brought in, because if anything, if you're saying that you don't like there being more list restrictions, there was already a rule of 3 that nearly every tournament was playing. So the list restrictions. It's interesting. From your perspective, things have got more restrictive. From my perspective, things just got a lot less restrictive. Because whenever I played a tournament game before, I had a hard rule of 3 across every single unit. Now, if I want to, I can actually take in an Empire known list 6 great cannons and 4 Hellblaster volley guns, whereas before the max I could take was 3 and 3. Because now I just use the restrictions that are printed in my book. If there isn't any, I then have a hard rule of 1 or 2 or 3, depending on if it's like, rare, special, hero, or whatever it might be. So for me, things have got a lot freer. So it's all about perspective. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just not a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of standing on circles and getting arbitrary points. I think Old World should be about fighting the battle. It should not be about standing on circles. Yeah. Yeah. So I am not convinced by this booklet. I think secret objectives are fucking abysmal. Never, ever, ever should be used in a matched play setting. And I think arbitrarily standing on circles is incredibly boring. And the problem is that they're all baked into the missions. It's not optional. Scenario 4, close quarters. This scenario must include 2 strategic locations. Drawn battle line. This scenario must include 3 strategic locations. I don't like it. A chance encounter looks good. The scenario must include the special features secondary objective and may include the domination and or baggage train secondary objectives. Encirclement must include 4 strategic locations. Yeah, it's just a bit of wank, really. What is the special features secondary objective? Special features. In a match play scenario, special feature terrain feature that represents an important landmark on the battlefield. This might be a grand statue depicting heroes, an arcade monolith, a rectangular channel magic, energy, or some towering edifice of unknown origin. To represent such landmark, special feature may be used as a second objective. Special feature terrain feature measuring no more than 6 inches at widest point. All special features of impassable terrain over which no line of sight can be drawn. Oh, it's just the lonely watchtower. That's all it is. It's literally just the lonely tower. Or watchtower, or whatever it is. Okay. Yeah. The baggage train isn't an objective. The baggage train isn't a mandatory objective. It's an optional objective. That's the difference. Yeah, I would love it too if the baggage train was a thing, but it's not a thing, really. Baggage trains. Destruction of an army supply train can bring a campaign to a grinding halt. Baggage train should be represented by a miniature diorama, 60 by 100 mil, occupying a 60 by 100 mil base. They're dangerous terrain with the purpose of movement, but are ignored for the purpose of line of sight. You set your baggage train up on the battlefield. Hold within deployment zone, at least 3 inches away from any battlefield edge. It cannot be moved for any reason. Baggage train controlled by a single unit that has higher than unit strength 6, blah, 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 blah. Destroying baggage. A unit with unit strength 5 or more can attempt to destroy the unit's baggage by moving into base contact with it during the remaining movement subphase. Once the unit is in base contact with the enemy's baggage train, it begins the process of destroying it, shattering wagon wheels, sending camp attendants, fleeing to the hills, and putting supplies to the torch. Whilst the unit is in... I love the flavour of it. Whilst the unit is in base combat with the enemy's baggage train, it cannot shoot, and it can only cast spells with a range of combat or stealth. If at the beginning of the next turn, subphase, the unit is still in base contact with the baggage train, has a unit strength of 5 or more, is not engaged in combat, and is not fleeing, the baggage is destroyed and removed from the battlefield. For each baggage train a player controls at the end of the battle, that player wins a bonus 100 VP. If a player destroys the opponent's baggage train, they win a bonus of 250 VP. Yeah. For Sean, okay, so you model something cool and stop using lame circles. I just don't get how unimaginative games have become. Because the circles are literally defined as being a certain size. So you have to take... You can't just put down something cool. It's not... don't fucking blame me, man. It's... I mean, I guess... It has to fit on a 40mm round base. That's it. I guess you could make a little diorama. Yeah. But it's not the... I guess it's just the arbitrary points. Yeah, but it's scoring arbitrary points. I don't mind if they were held at the end of the game. It's randomly scoring arbitrary points during the game that I think is what I don't like. Do they have to be core? I'm not saying I'm completely off it. I'm just saying I'm a bit... It has to be a core unit. I guess I would prefer it if they were end of game objectives. Hold these objectives by the end of the game. I don't like that they give you arbitrary points throughout the game. You know? No issue with objective markers, but no issue with that whatsoever. It's the scoring objectives arbitrarily throughout the game that I have a bit of a problem with. I want a strategic location. Why would holding a strategic location at one point during the game mean diddly dick if by the end of it everyone's dead? You know? I wouldn't mind it if it was like one mission. It was like, you know, if there was like a mission where it should be a variety. So like some missions should be hold the objectives till the end. Some missions should be hold objectives throughout the game. But there's no nuance. It's just every objective scores 50 points each turn. That's it. Do you know what I mean? That's not what I've come to expect from Old World. Feels a little lazy. We don't like that. If I was to redo this, my own true self, or if I was to tweak this, my own true self, I would make it so that I would make it so that some of the objectives were ones that I'd have a mission by mission basis. Yeah. Like holding the hill. Holding the hill should not be worth 100 points per turn. At the end of the battle, you either hold the hill or you don't. Either you've captured the important terrain feature or you haven't. And the enemy has now captured that dominating position and is going to use that in the wider battle. The hill shouldn't be 100 points per... The hill should not be 100 points per turn. How it should work is the hill should be the victory condition. You control the hill or you don't control the hill. If both sides control/contest the hill, then it goes down to victory, normal victory points as a tiebreaker. But if you control the fucking hill, you've won. You've taken the ground, and you've been sent, and you've achieved your mission. Even if everything else seems to have gone a bit wrong, you've taken the fucking hill. So I like that one. Yeah. So yeah, for me, this is a miss. .5 update is great, but this is a miss. I don't think this is very good. Yeah. Personally, I think the match play book might have flown under the radar. I think Games Workshop was very clever. They released the 1.5 FAQ with all the good stuff in it at the same time that they released the match play guide. So everyone heard all the good stuff about 1.5, and then they missed the fact that this is basically a step on the road to the 40K-ification of Old World, which is what it is. Standing on circles and scoring arbitrary points in a way that the player has to do a lot of the work to explain why that would get you points. It's abstract. We don't like abstract. We don't like abstract. So, and you guys know I love Old World. And I bet you I could learn to enjoy many of these missions, but I don't think it's a step in the right direction. Yeah, personally. Yeah, personally, I don't think it's a step in the right direction. But unlike 40K, in Old World, if I just basically do my own mission, no one will give a shit. And if I just do kill each other, no one will give a shit. Yeah. I'm going to use... I mean, I guess here's the key word. What's that? It's a guide. It's not the rule of law. It's a guide. It's a guide. It's not set in stone. I don't want to do it, so I'm not going to do it. I'm going to play it the way I want to play it because it's Old World and it's my fucking game, and fuck you, GW. That's it. It's a guide. It's not the rule of law, baby. It's not the rule of law. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of shit in the bolt action rulebook that I choose to ignore. I meant to roll for my mission each time and my deployment each time. I'm like, fuck that. We're doing first wave and we're doing Dawn of War deployment. And we do that because there's a whole bunch of other shit in bolt action V3 which I'm just like, nope. Not for me, thank you. I don't need like full-blown bespoke narrative missions. I'll just use these as some inspiration for how to play, but not a instruction booklet for how to play. Yeah. All right, let's have a look here. The lower decks. Thank you for the super chat, man. Only the biggest balls for us. Let's have a look because we've got the biggest balls of them all. Sir, I am ready for the ball. I am wearing a glistening number. I am wearing a glistening number, the color of baked beans, with my codpiece style to be, yes, you guessed it, an imperial eagle perched on a giant golden bean. I mean, you say it's giant, it's more average sized. It's all class here for the Von Shithouse man. Using your manipulative psychology, Sister Persephone is my +1. She is dressed quite tastefully in an understated silver dress that leaves something to the imagination. Apparently, the convent has a store of civilian dress for such occasions. The abbess told me that they had to fight the sister over her desire to take weapons into the ball, and after hours of tense, hostage-style negotiation, talked her down to a collection of digital weapons disguised as jewelry. Donning our masks after... That's a good idea. Donning our... Digital weapons, though. Fancy. Donning our masks after stepping out of our automated horse and carriage, we entered the ruling house's ballroom at the top of the spire. While the ecclesiarchy rule this world, we cannot escape a parasitical collection of inbred nobles claiming to be the ruling house. They dance to the tune of the cardinals on the planet, so are not worth much attention. Ah, well, you say that now. Got to keep an eye on them. As we enter the ballroom, a riot of colour and noise hits us. We are now in a veritable shark tank and must sink or swim. Artist's impression of my outfit conception before the final touches. That is so you. That is so you, man. Let's zoom in. Let's enhance. Oh my god. Commander HHL, thank you so much for super chat, man. But can it fit through a hole in a piece of paper? The match play guide. It is the piece of paper. The question is, can you fit through it? It's no longer, but can it fit through a hole in a piece of paper? It's can it fit through the match play guide? There you go. Legend, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. What is the best or cheapest way to get guard banners to replace the cult icons in GSC kits? Trying to find things on GW site is a bit of a pain. Legend, yeah, fuck the GW site. They're not going to have dick to help you, which is sad and somewhat ironic, but is the way. You want probably my good friends over at Anvil Industry. Regiments, infantry. They used to have a little drop down menu. There we go. Officers and command accessories, probably. Oh, there you go. Look, £4.60 for a bunch of banners. You got all sorts of banners. Raggedy banners, ornate banners, plain banners. You can have a drum. You have a bagpipe. You can have a megaphone, a bugle. All sorts of decorative feathers. 20 of them. Yeah. Birds. All sorts. Dress uniform banner with the torso. I didn't know they had this. This is great. I need some of these. So yeah, there you go. Do they ship to US? I do believe they do. I don't know how expensive it is, but I do believe that they do. US dollar. There you go. So they definitely ship to the US because they will take US dollars. They'll probably have a shipping policy somewhere. Shall we have a look? USA and EU friendly. Orders shipped to customers in the USA under £800 are exempt from tariffs and duties. If you would like to spend more than £800, please get in touch for a discount. Free shipping when you spend over £50 to the UK or over £100 for international shipping. £8 per order for tracked airmail shipping to the USA. So that's not too bad. That doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, doesn't seem so bad. Not cheap, £8, probably $10. Probably about $10, but pretty reasonable, I think, for international shipping from the UK to America, airmail and all that. Yeah. So the legend. Hopefully that will help. There might also still be an MG. There was at one point a Mordian Glory discount code. I don't know if it still works. It depends if they've remembered to turn it off. So I don't know if it works, but but maybe it's a solid maybe 5% off that code. I've no idea if it'll work. I've no idea if it'll work, but there you go. Maybe I should try it. 1 minute. Right, let's just like add some shit, right? Let me just change it to British pounds. Let's just go to regiment squad. Let's just like, oh no, that's gonna take ages to add everything. Let's just like go to regiment infantry. Just add a bunch of shit. Add to cart. Add like 10 of that to cart. Okay, add 8 to cart. Okay, go to checkout. Can I just be check out as a guest? Check out as guest. I want to apply my discount code. Maybe I can't apply it if I'm not. We'll try this. I might need to be signed in. I can't see where to apply my discount code. It might not work anymore. But try it. You've got the code. Try it. MG, in your opinion, what Space Marine tank presents the most problems on the tabletop when you face them? Vindicators are very good at the moment. Vindicators are probably the best Space Marine tank at the moment. I don't know how much. I don't know. It depends on like, your definition of problem. Like which one do you think is like can create a bit of a curveball or something? But Vindicators are very good at the moment. Black Zone Chapter Master, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Hey, for your lore hour to be actual lore, or can it be fan-made story? Because I may have a good one. To be honest, Black Zone Chapter Master, we're probably not going to do the hobby power hour now because we've just done a normal power hour. We've just done a normal one. So yeah, probably we're going to wrap the stream up in sort of 10 minutes or so. Yeah, we're not going to do a hobby. You guys have got a regular power hour off me. There you go. So yeah, but I'm generally open to fan-made lore, but it's yeah, I'm generally open to fan-made lore. Generally, yeah. As long as it's appropriate for stream, it's all right. Yeah. That was just something we did yesterday. It was. I want to make something clear. Black Chat Master. We just did a bit of lore yesterday whilst hobbying, but it's not something that it's not something I'm planning on making a regular segment, just to be clear. And in the normal hobbying streams, it will be music. Yeah, that was like a one-off bit of fun. Yeah. But you know, I'm not against the idea. I just wanted to set your expectations. Didn't want you to think it was becoming a regular thing. It's a bit of fun that happened once, and maybe it happened again. But we're gonna play it by ear. We're gonna do it by the cuff, you know. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Hey MG, can you cover my next shift at Brazzers? I mean, I need to give my arsehole time to recover, Cosmic. Fucking hell. I thought you were gonna, you know, it's elastic, but you know, even elastic things, if not given time to go back to the original shape, will lose their form. So, I mean, I can do, but you know, I can do, but you might have to pay for some medical expenses. Cosmic Drew asking for my new song to play us out. Definitely. 100%. 100%. Hey, I got you for the next time, but I appreciate it. Someone's asshole's getting destroyed. There you go. Let's have a look here, make sure I've not missed anything. No, we're all good. We're all good. I need to get that song ready, Cosmic. Let's have a look. I think I've already got it. Sick. Sick. All righty. Ho. Gentlemen, I think that we are probably going to wrap this bitch up. It's been a good stream, but truth be told, we've started talking about arseholes getting destroyed, and that's generally a sign that we've run out of interesting things to talk about. I tell you what, I do want to make a couple of notes, though, because I do think we had some interesting conversations come out of today's stream. I want to talk a little bit. I want to talk a bit more about the whole match play guide thing. What was the other one we were talking about? Like an industry disruptor is a big thing. Yeah. And I feel like there was something else we talked about. But I can't remember. We talked a lot about Dawn of War. We talked a lot about Dawn of War. I could do, you know, everyone is excited for Congo 47. Yeah, yeah. But no, I think that'll be fine. I am excited for Dawn of War, but I don't think it's time to make a video about it yet. Let's see some more. See some more stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Cosmic. Yeah, yeah. All right. But it's been a productive stream. Let us summarize. I think that I am excited for... I am somewhat excited for Dawn of War 4. It'll be interesting. We need a bit more information, though. And I do think that the trailer was okay, but I don't think it was better than some of the old trailers that we've seen. But that's fine. I don't really give a shit about the trailer all that much if the game itself is fantastic. We also talked a little bit about, you know, GW, how, you know, we've talked about this before, so I won't go on about it. We talked a little bit about GW being we need some disruption in the industry. At the moment, things are just GW just gets away with too much, and we talked a little bit about Old World and match play. Yeah, because I played Old World this weekend, you see, and that's what sort of... I went into it blind, having never played the new match play missions, and I was like, why? Who is this Cyrus guy? Like, it was the scouts, the Cyrus guy from the Dawn of War trailer. Was he a big deal? I have no idea who he is. Is he from like another game or something? Like, he like died like in the trailer or something mental. Was he a big deal? He was a Dawn of War 2 character, was he? Oh, okay. I'm not that bothered. I never played the Dawn of War campaign. He was the scout, was he? Ah. Well. Ah, did he? Fair enough. There's probably a metaphor in there. There's probably a metaphor in there. They're probably like, this game isn't gonna be Dawn of War. How can we this game isn't gonna be Dawn of War 2? How can we convey that to the players? Cosmic, thank you, Super Chat Man. Did you wreck Simon with Tank of Terror? I haven't managed to use it against him yet. We haven't done a battle report yet. Cosmic, we haven't done a battle report in like a month. It's been too hot. Like, we were going to do a battle report last week, but when I said I was going to do one last week, but it was too hot to do a battle report. It was very difficult. Like, I didn't really make a big deal out of it that much last week, but it was a bit of a heat wave in the UK. So yeah, we didn't do it, but hopefully we will do. The plan is, if we get the Congo 47 rules, Cosmic, we're going to do a Congo 47 battle report this week. If we don't, we'll do Simon's Grey Knights versus Blood Pact. So yeah, have you tried being naked? I mean, I think Simon and I would be extremely uncomfortable if we played a battle report naked against each other. I think the viewers would be extremely uncomfortable, and I don't think that YouTube would allow it. That we would have to upload on Pornhub, mate. Ishmael, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, man. Adopt the American AC meta. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It seems to get hotter every year in the UK, which was a novelty at first, but now it's just, I'm kind of sick of my testicles being stuck to the side of my leg. Sounds like you probably need some fans. The problem with AC and fans is that they're very loud. That's the big thing. So they don't really help with... you can't really have them on when we're filming. But if we... I guess if we had like an AC unit that was like on... Because I live in a townhouse, so it's a narrow house, but it's 3 stories high. So maybe if we had... I think if you had it on the middle floor, it could probably cool the whole house. So it's not the worst idea. Yeah. And OnlyFans. I could probably do it with an OnlyFans Cosmic. Hey, when we reach 100,000 subscribers and the sexy calendar is coming out to play, you know, when I make the MG sexy calendar, you guys know what to do. All right. Mordian Alpha Male Bootcamp. It's a big hit in Brazil. I have zero fucking business telling anyone how to be an alpha male. Jesus Christ. I love your high opinion of me, Marcelo, but let's be real here, man. Cosmic Drew, Major Kills calendars. What, shutting out? I mean, of course. Cosmic, I presume you'll be the one holding the camera. You'll be like, work it, baby. Work it. I'll be like... Right, I'm going. All right, I'm going. Gentlemen, it's been a good stream. It's weird. Can we just take a moment? Oh, that was a good fart. I needed that. Don't know if the microphone picks it up, but I picked it up. Nutty. More passion. More energy. More footwork. More passion. More energy. You guys and these streams have fucked my brain. This is my last comment before I go. Because it's 3 in the morning right now. I've been streaming for 6 hours. And I feel like I'm finishing early. Because bit by bit, the streams have been getting longer and longer and longer. To the point where now a 6-hour stream feels early. Whereas when I first started, a 6-hour stream was like, oh my God, I can't believe I streamed for 6 hours. I've been doing like 7, 8-hour streams as like standard for like weeks at this point. And it's fucking melting my fucking brain. It's like rewiring my fucking brain. So I have to be like, no, I have to go to bed. Streaming for 8 hours isn't fucking normal. So yeah, there we go. So 24-hour streams on the weekly. Jesus, man. Jesus. One day, it's interesting. I do wonder if I still wonder one day if I'll stop making daily videos. You know, because I have wondered for I have pondered, mused upon, contemplated for a time doing just doing streaming and not doing the daily videos. But what we would do is have the daily videos, do like a early stream, lunch, like daytime, daytime stream, lunch, and then like evening stream. And I was wondering, doing that, but then covering a really broad range of stuff, like looking at like guard stuff and looking at like, Dawn of War stuff and all this kind of stuff. And then basically chopping the live streams up into daily videos. So, when we reacted to Dawn of War, that would get that become a daily video. If someone asks, like, what do you think about, we could do like a, doing like a unit review, do like a daily stream, but have like a unit review as part of the daily stream or something, and then chop that up. That becomes a daily video. Yeah, so you'd still get daily videos. In fact, you might actually end up getting more daily videos. But yeah, and that's the sort of meta. That's the meta. That's the meta for streaming at the moment. I think that's, but I don't know. It's not what I want to do just yet. That maximum your content volume reduces standing as internet's guard, dude. That's true, to be fair. But I thought I was the #1 Tau player now. No, I thought that's what I thought this was a Tau channel now. I'm just saying. That's what I thought it was. You're both. Oh man. Maybe I should just review all the tile data sheets. Wonder how that would go over. You wouldn't have become the tiles most wanted without being the #1 guard dude first. That's true. Let's be real, most tile players wouldn't know tactics to beat over the head with them, which they were. Yeah. It's, I think, it's a great irony that it's a great irony that the guard community had to teach the Tau community how to play in a new way. That the Tau community was stuck in their dogma, and the guard community were the ones that we're so used to improvising, adapting, and overcoming. We're so used to like pivoting with all the changes. Like, okay, pivot to Rogal Dawns, now pivot to Russes, now pivot to Mech, now pivot to Infantry. We're so used to doing that because that's just we're always that's the way we think. We're so used to doing that, and the Tower community was like, breachers, crisis suits, and if that doesn't work, I'm gonna complain. I do think that's quite funny. It's almost the opposite of what it would be in the 40k universe. Yeah. Yeah, it's the opposite of how it was. I think Tile dives would work if you looked at them from the perspective of what they do and how to beat them. So I've done Know Thy Foe type videos before, guys. Honestly, no one watches them. There's a reason I don't do them anymore. Know Thy Foe videos are surprisingly in-depth and difficult to... Not difficult to make, but they're not difficult to make at all. But they're surprisingly in-depth and require a surprising amount of effort for a very few, comparatively speaking, very few returns on views. And, I don't mind doing something... I'm not that bothered about the views, but at the end of the day, I have to still take into account that if I spend like a whole day on one video, and then that video does half as well as a video that I can spend like a couple of hours on, just like doing a unit review, for example, then it's not even a case of the numbers and the bean counting. It's just demoralizing. For me as a creator, it's just like, I feel like I wasted my time in a funny sort of way. I haven't, but there's an element of it. Do you know what I mean? Like if you put a whole day's work into it, you want to see it pop off. Yeah. That's the thing. And it's just people are just not that bothered about that. People don't want to see... It's weird. People are not that bothered about seeing how to beat a faction. They want to know how to play their faction, which makes a lot more sense. When you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. More people are interested in hearing about how their faction is going to play than about how they need to beat someone else's army. They're interested in what they're doing. Fuck what everyone else is doing. Which is perfectly reasonable. That makes sense. Alright. So that's why we don't do the No Thy Foe videos anymore. Sun Tzu would disagree. Yeah, Sun Tzu would, but he's not playing Warhammer right now, is he? So... the last Tau... So to give you an idea, the last Tau Tactics video that I did with the Fire Warriors, that actually did better than the last Know Thy Foe video that I did a little while ago. Yeah, much more positively received, just overall just better at every metric, and was much easier to make. So yeah, there you go. So that's kind of the I'm gonna have a, do you know what I'm gonna try next though? I want to have a look at some of the I want to see how doing some Legends reviews do, because I would what about how to paint an award-winning army? I've already made that video. How to paint state troops in 15 minutes. It's already done, Arjun. It's already done. Just got to find it. I might do some of the Legends unit reviews and see how those do, because I have a suspicion that the viewers of my audience would probably be would be more receptive to a Legends unit review for an Imperial Guard unit than they would be for a currently matched play unit. Sorry, a current unit, not a Legend, a current unit, but for someone like Tau. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's, I might have a little play around. And so if people respond well to the Legends videos, then that opens up a whole suite of new Guard content. And we can, because I really enjoy making unit reviews, and I really enjoy making that Guard content. And I always find, I prefer doing that. Yeah, exactly. Cosmic, you've hit the nail on the head. Don't forget the main part of the channel, how we can get better Imperial Guard. Yeah, exactly. You know, right now we've basically covered all of the, Imperial Guard units apart from the Age Defense line. You know, we've covered how to use... I've covered how to use artillery, how to use tanks, how to use infantry. I've covered all of that stuff. I mean, I haven't... I covered it in the past. Maybe it's worth reusing it, revisiting it. Yeah, that might be an interesting mini-series. That might be an interesting mini-series. I could maybe release that. Yeah. I haven't... Fucking hell, Commander Show. Give me a second. It's in the middle of something. Jesus Christ, you needy bastard. Commander Hotel, thank you for the super chat. Love you. Now let's see what this really important thing is that I had to read out absolutely urgently. We'll be here for you, Timmy Two Clamps. Thanks. Oh, man. Well, I'm not going to be here for you because I'm going to bed. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for your support. And thank you for all of your thoughts and all of your feelings. And yeah, just thank you for once again just for being a great community and for making making this a fantastic stream. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining on YouTube, on Twitch. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and following. Thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all of the super chats. member flexes, gifted memberships, prime subs, regular subs, bits, and all of that good stuff. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
From the clouds we descend, with our rifles in hand. Soldiers of freedom, we fight for this land. Engines are burning, the heavens ignite. For liberty's cause, we bring down the fight. No tyrant will stand, no shadow will last. The fireflies strike with thunder and blast. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as fireflies. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as armored with courage, with stars on our chest. Born of the rift, but America's best. Through fire and steel, our glory will shine. The eagle soars proud, forever divine. Our jump backs ignite, the storms in our hand. The fireflies fight for the heart of freedom. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as fireflies. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as fireflies. Raise up the banner, let freedom be known. From mountains to oceans, this nation has grown. Through blood and through fire, the fireflies soar. For justice, for triumph, forever we Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as fireflies. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as fireflies.
I love Super FDR.